crowned by the unmistakable silhouette of the Macau Tower, standing tall as both a landmark and a lookout over one of motorsport's most unforgiving arenas. For decades, this city has echoed to the sound of engines bouncing off the concrete canyon walls, from touring cars to Formula 3, from motorcycles to GTs, and now the champions of the future, Academy Program. This is Macau, and this is the day of days. It is the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix, the champions of the future, Academy Program. The temperature is amazing. It's a good rounded 20 degrees. The sun is shining here at the karting circuit in Macau. Track length 1,200 meters, clockwise direction. And it navigates around 10 turns, incredibly fast, as drivers will be reaching dizzyingly high speeds through the speed trap and in towards that hairpin at turn number 2. It's classed as the Las Vegas of Asia, is this city and this track here, built in 1996. Here's your schedule for the day, and it's starting with the junior qualifying heat 1 that's going to be out on track in around 3 minutes or so. We then go into the minis and then the seniors for their first qualifying heat. We take the break in the middle of the day for a couple of hours, and then we're back with the second one of those heats, and then of course we go into the first finals of the weekend. Now you have to remember, if you're new to the Champions of the Future Academy Program and you are wondering what is this format, basically it's a 2-day header for the drivers. They've got 2 qualifying sessions throughout the weekend. They've got 2 qualifying heats per class, and then 2 finals over the course of the weekend as well. So again, a very busy old weekend that they've got, and there you can see your first drivers out ready on that pre-grid. It is the OKN Junior class that is getting ready to head out onto the circuit. Bit of dramas earlier on in time qualifying. Some drivers not setting the times that they would have wanted to. Very close at the sharp end of the field as well. Very quick pace indeed, dominated by Hong Kong's John Han, who had managed to put it on pole position. Here you can see the rest of the drivers there. Nadal Imjapanya from Thailand there, getting himself primed and ready. The number 23 pilot there is Advan Warren, who's getting himself ready, the entrant from Indonesia. The rest of the field here looking primed and ready to go as well. There, Wu Jin-cheng as well from Japan, looking very strong. Benjamin Poulsen there on the number 14, just coming into shot. He is primed and ready to go as well. As this gets closer to the front of the grid, you get a real understanding of who's managed to get this fastest out there. Takaru Shinbasi, 4th fastest, yet to take a seat in the car, but the entrant from Japan looking primed and ready to go. Axel Nocom from the Philippines starting alongside on this one, 3rd in time qualifying as well, so incredibly close pace. But it is the front row that we're excited about. Jay Kostecki and John Han on that front row of the grid, but it is John Han on pole position. And there he is on your screen, the entrant in the number 24 machine, primed and ready. Very calm after qualifying. I did say they found some pace later on in the weekend, and has managed to put this one on pole position. But the question remains, can he extend that pole position to some heat wins here? This track is very physical for the drivers. It is only a short lap. Like we were mentioning, it's only 1.2 kilometers long. The lap times are in those high kind of 50-second markers, the low 50s as well. So again, they keep that sector time in. So those pole times really earlier on, 46.7, 4.6. It is a very quick lap here. The only thing is that it is so harsh on a driver. Reports from the driver saying that the ribs are taking an absolute battering over the course of the free practice yesterday. And it's all down to really what they can do here, and can they get through this long day. We've got about 30 or so seconds before this field's going to be heading out onto the track for the first race of the day as well. It is the OKN Juniors as they will make their way out. Again, reminder, welcome one and all from around the world, wherever you're watching, to the Champions of the Future Academy Program Macau in 2026. The first time the series has been here, and the first time a European series has been here for quite some time, back until KF1 was here in terms of international karting. So great to see some European names are all racing here once again. Field make their way out, and let's take you through that full starting lineup. John Hahn and Jake Kostecki on the front row of the grid. They'll be joined by Axel Nocom and Takuro Shimbashi on row number 2. Brandon Ng and Benjamin Paulsen go from row number 3. There we'll see Alex Yu alongside Wu Jincheng on row number 4. Row 5 sees Chris Deng and Advan Arel Warren. They'll be on row number 5. They'll lock out the top 10. Row 6 sees Mason Kwong and Nadal Imjapanya with Yu Minghe rounding out the back of the field. 7th row of the grid in P13. Has got some work to do from their field now on their formation laps to get ready for their starting position. But we still wait to see what is happening on this one. Field look like they're going to be heading around once again. Yes, they are. The blinking lights there indicating they are going around one more time. And hopefully we'll get a start on this one. Like we said earlier on, a big welcome to everyone watching around the world. My name is Anthony Jordan. I'll be your commentator throughout the entirety of the weekend. And for the first time in its history, the Champions of the Future breaks ground here in Macau. And as we were saying, what a venue, what a backdrop as well. Quite a sight to see here. For the Champions of the Future Academy Program. The skyline here is absolutely mesmerizing. Of course, this track built in 1996. Those apartment blocks and skyrises, they weren't there when this track was built. They have been built around the circuit here, which certainly has made quite the impression on the track. But racing here has been a pedigree, of course, with the Macau Grand Prix being the most one of the most prestigious events in the international calendar. Drivers from all over the world take part in that one, from Formula 3, touring cars and GT racing. But here now, the world of karting takes precedence here in Macau at the Macau circuit here as the drivers enter the tram lines. It's the first race of the day, and we are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for John Hahn. He holds on to the lead of this one as he heads down in towards turn number 2. It's 3 wide into the braking zone, and immediately it's Axel Nocom taking to the lead here. He has gone wheel to wheel as he defends now from John Hahn, who tries to get that nose back down the inside in towards turn number 3, but he can't squeeze his way through. Stays behind us down the inside now. Shimbashi tries to push his way through, as well as Jake Kostecki has not had the start he would have wanted, and I think has dropped down just that little bit here. He's in the background there, he's trying to push his way through, and now it's been a terrible start here for John Hahn. He's lost out a lot of spaces here. I think it's John Hahn who's got down into 4th place now, as all drivers are absolutely sending it on these first couple of laps. But look at this start here for Axel Nocom out of the final corner and over the start-finish line. He takes an early lead of this race, as now it's Brandon NG who's got himself up there into 2nd place. Brandon Ng, I should say. Jake Kostecki is there in 3rd. John Hahn in 4th. Takuro Shimbashi is holding on to P5 at the moment. Benjamin Paulsen P6. He's not gained or lost any positions. You can already see there is a significant breakaway here for the top 4. And Axel Nocom here, despite that drama in qualifying, 2 position gains at the start of this one, he certainly has that race pace. Brandon Ng there is holding off the 2 behind, though. John Hahn and they're all trying to push their way through. Jake Kostecki's got himself back through now. So that is Kostecki back into 2nd place here and in control of this second group as they head once again over the start-finish line. They complete lap number 2 here of 9. Pace very quick here for the drivers. Now, these karts would generally tend to top out maybe around 110 or so in a quick setup, and this is a quick track. Very quick pace indeed, as Axel Nocom demonstrating that one here. 47.352 is pushing away. Kostecki and Hahn, though, are line astern, and these two certainly not giving any room for quarter right now. You can see the physicality that the drivers are having to go through. That absolute pin chicane here, and John Hahn showcasing why he was on pole position earlier on. May have lost out on it, but he is all over that rear bumper of Jake Kostecki as they exit out of that final corner. Very fast out of that final corner. They have been able to take it flat out, but it is such a fine line. You can see there's some debris that has been kicked up onto the circuit there. It's the exit of turn number 1. So clearly one driver going a little bit wide at some point. Nocom once again with the fastest lap out there is continuing to open up the gap. It's already 1.7 seconds from Kostecki. The pace just not there at the moment. Other drivers to look out for, though, in this one. Wu Jincheng in the number 16 machine on a 2-place gain is purple in sector number 1 and has just made the move here on Mason Kwong, and that was for P5. So those battles happening in the background there quite nicely. Mason Kwong, though, still the biggest mover out there, still on a 5-place gain. But the field here relatively spread out in those early phases here. Eyes on this fight, though. Nocom still breaking away, but Jay Kostecki's found some pace here now. Fastest lap of the race for the Australian in second place. That's a 46.706, and that is considerably faster there. It's about 0.2 faster than Axel Nocom's fastest time in this race, and the gap's come down to 1.4. But we'll have to wait and see what happens on that one. This is the battle further behind. This is Wu Jincheng, Mason Kwong, and Terako Shimbashi fighting away for position. Now, they're in a prime spot here right now. They're not tripping over each other, but they've got to think about trying to close the gap into the drivers behind. They don't have much time over the course of the rest of this race. We are on lap 5 of 9. But again, they've got this race, the next race earlier on. It's the same grid positions. They've got a little bit of time to get things squared away. A little squirreling under braking there into the hairpin down at turn 2 for these two, but still holding firm. And you can see how they're now dropping off the back of Shimbashi here, is not able to keep up with these two right now. Maybe Mason Kwong eyeing up a move. Speaking of moves, we see him in the background there. And then I think possibly Benjamin Paulsen or Yu Ming-hee going for the moves there in the background. So fighting happening throughout this field here. And I can confirm it was Benjamin Paulsen who managed to get that move done. Chris Deng as well joining and moving up into 10th and 11th place. Field at the front, no change for the top 4. The gap, however, has come down just that little bit more. It's just over a second now, the gap between Axel Nocom and Jay Kostecki. And he has kept that pace up, has the Australian. Another fastest time, at 46.395. He is the quickest out there, and that pace has certainly come alive at this one. So right now we'll keep a close eye on that progression for the front runners. You can see them just going through the shot here, but this is that mid-pack battle here right now on your screen. Nice and close through the third sector here. 7, 8, and 9, they come up quickly here for the drivers. Not much rest time in terms of that second and third sector. This is where they really get to breathe a little bit. This is that lead fight, though. Axel Nocom still in control, but Jay Kostecki's pace here has been astronomically fast. It's another purple time here, 46.283. Kostecki closing in for the race lead here, but can he close it through the time they've got left? I mean, we're lap 8 of 9 at the moment, or 7 laps completed, so we'll try and see if he's got time for this one. Check over the shoulder for Axel Nocom. He knows that Kostecki is there, and he is starting to feel the pressure in this race. Both of them tucking in as much as they can. Final lap board goes out to the field. 8 of 9 laps completed. They are on this last lap now. If Kostecki's going to do anything, he's got to really dig deep on this lap. 0.3 of a second is all that lies between these two, and Nocom is constantly checking over the shoulder, late on the brakes in towards turn 4. Kostecki is all over the rear bumper. Nocom goes defensive down the hill as the two go wheel to wheel into the chicane. Kostecki tries it, but he can't do it. He stays in P2. Nocom hugs it on the inside line, but did he outbrake himself? He did, and round the inside, it's an up and under for Jay Kostecki on the final lap of the race. He will round the final corner, and it is Jay Kostecki for Australia wins the first qualifying heat for the juniors. Nocom crosses the line P2 ahead of John Han. He will take third place ahead of Brandon Ng. Mason Kwong will take P5 ahead of Wu Jincheng, who locks out P6. Terako Shimbashi holds on to P7 ahead of Advan Warren, who takes P8. Then it's Chris Deng from the rest of the field. A good, strong time there. Alex Yu finishing in 10th place ahead of Nadal Imjapanya, Benjamin Paulsen, and Yu Ming-hee, who will round out the 13-kart field in that one. For Jay Kostecki, though, a solid solid start to the day. Takes the first qualifying heat win in the juniors, only by less than 1/10 of a second from Axel Nocom and John Hahn. There is your full order on your screen. You can see how close it was there at the sharp end of that field. Incredible pace for the drivers, and I can imagine that'll be a very elated Jay Kostecki for Australia here in Macau, delivering a superb performance there in that qualifying heat as they will make their way back to the weighbridge here. Great live shots here. There is Axel Nocom in the number 18 machine. Still can be happy with that result. It was an incredible start to the race with those 2 places gained. An incredible lead that he got. Unfortunately, that pace just not holding to the very end of that race, allowing Jay Kostecki to take that result. There is Jay Kostecki from Australia. Superb drive there for him. And you can see pole sitter there, John Hahn, just shaking hands. And you can imagine, maybe you look back at the drawing board, speaking with John Hahn after qualifying. He did say that, yeah, the pace kind of wasn't there in the first half of the weekend. They managed to find some pace going into qualifying. Unfortunately, that has not been maintained here. Still a good result for the driver from Hong Kong, but 3rd place is not the result he would have wanted from starting on pole position. Onto the weighbridge for Jay Kostecki just to get it checked out, and I think he's all good. And he can head back to the paddock now, knowing that that is race 1 under his belt. And he can think about what he wants to do for race 2 a lot later on today. That is, it's going to be a while until we see those juniors back out onto the track. These long lunch break that we've got here today. We do have drivers on the grid for a full photo here, photo op during the lunch break as well. So the next time we see the juniors out on track won't be until around 2 o'clock local time. And if you're watching in Europe right now, I will say good morning to you if you are just joining us, because you're around 25 to 5 as well. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. And again, the start of it, relatively calm for the field here. And at the very start of it, not much drama at all. As you can see, the drivers getting themselves ready at the start of it. It was when they were heading out onto the track. That's where it really started to kick off, but it was all about Axel Nocom at the start of that race. You could see how he was starting there on that 3rd spot of the grid, but he managed to get those 2 positions gained right at the start. That's what it was all about for the drivers, but going into it, really a very controlled race by Axel Nocom. Other drivers as well trying to push their way forward. It was a great race as well in the background. Mason Kwong from 11th place managed to push his way through the grid in that early stage. Managed to finish that race in P5 on a 6th place gain. He was the biggest mover in that race. For the race start though, very close indeed, but still we were looking forward to seeing what was going to happen over the course of that one. Plenty of action that was had over the course of it, and like we say, for Jay Kostecki, a really strong performance for Australia, finding his way to the front of that grid. Yes, it was a good qualifying, the pace was there, but the pace seemingly in the race then astronomically different to what we saw him do in TQ. And that really put a spanner in the works for Axel Nocom, as he was able to set fastest lap after fastest lap and be able to push his way forward. This was that start, and you could see pace nice and slow. It was a good start into those tram lines for the juniors. No real dramas at the start here, but it was watch the start for Nocom here. Now he's already behind John Hahn, so he's got the benefit of he's got the inside line towards turn 1. It's here down into the hairpin, looks to the inside. He was super squirrely under brakings, but Nocom just managing to get it done, and this was how John Hahn was able to get squeezed downwards in the field. He was squeezed right into that inside line into the hairpin. Then you had the big moves behind as well. Brandon Ng, I was just say, pushing his way forward. This was Jake Kostecki. That last lap, superb overtake there through the down section here through 7, 8, and 9. Was able to just hold on to it around the flat-out corner. The checker flag going out, and Jake Kostecki from Australia taking that first qualifying heat win from NOCOM. And John Han, incredible drive for the top. The mid-pack as well, a good race for Brandon Ng. It was a lonely race there in P4. Didn't really have to fight too hard. Mason Kwong, Woojin Cheng, and Tareku Shimbashi having a good race. They were 5th, 6th, and 7th. Advan Warren all on his own. The same for Chris Deng and Alex Yu as well, not having too much fighting in that early stage of the racing. But that's them all done and dusted until 2 o'clock later on today. But still, 2 races to go in the morning. We will see, of course, the minis out next, and then the seniors heading out onto the circuit. The minis due to head out on track a little bit of time. I think 11:40 is their first race, so that's around 4 minutes time or so for them. And you can see the grid will have drivers on it. The grid you're seeing there just off the right-hand side of your screen is actually the repair area. So the karts aren't situated there. They're a little further to the right. But they are priming themselves ready to go for this one. Are the minis. And again, it was a very exciting one for the minis in time to qualify. Shabil Amar was very quick indeed. A pole position for him. Starts him alongside the likes of Thailand's Max Vanic. Will be putting it alongside on that front row. Other drivers as well having incredibly quick times. Michael Vino and Max Schilling as well. Incredible pace for them. So Indonesia, Thailand and Hong Kong representing the first drivers on the first 2 rows here. The rest of the field as well still looking mighty strong. We've already seen one Australian take a qualifying heat win in the juniors. Will we see the same in the minis with Edwin Noon, who'll be starting this one on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Albert Poulsen, who is there in the 404. You can see him seated, ready to go on the field. Ryder Cheong there as well from Australia, also with a chance of stepping it up and putting it on that top spot. The same there as thumbs up for Menzies Sherman. He's primed and ready, seated in his kart as well. Aaron Akil there from Singapore, primed and ready in 12th place on this one. And Asha Leko as well from the Philippines there. Tough qualifying, 14th overall, but still the pace is strong. Zhang Ziyu as well at the back of the field, joined by Zhao Zihuan as well on the 411. Sayaka Shimbasi as well of Japan also could be a contender here in the 409 machine there as well. Shiv Tamala from India also could have a strong positioning in this one. Mohammed Wibo as well, good pace for him and strong performance from him over the course of the free practice days. There is Edward Noon on the 415 machine. He sits right behind Michael Vina there of Indonesia and the pole sitter, of course, of Shabil Umar from Indonesia on that 402 machine. Again, pressure building up here for the drivers. They've just witnessed a very competitive first race for the field. But only a few moments to go. That deafening air horn there on the pre-grid. But all these drivers here focusing on the job they need to do. The mechanics clear the grid now. They get themselves squared away. They are thinking now, what can these drivers do in this session? And let's take a look back at that qualifying session, of course. The pace was quite competitive still. Like I was saying, Shabil Amar fastest, 52.157. It was only about half a tenth or so faster than Max Vadic, so the pace was very quick. For the front 2 drivers. It was only another half a tenth of a second for Mika Vino off the pace of Zaric as well. So the competitiveness from the mini 60s here, very, very close. But of course, you have to think what happened earlier on in that qualifying. We had quite a few drivers slow down a little bit on that lap. They can't really do that. They have to think about pushing it forward. But they managed to get their times in, and all drivers managed to get going. Green flag waves. It is Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1 that makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Shabil Umar and Max Varic going from row number 1. Michael Vino and Max Schilling on row number 2. Edward Noon and Albert Paulson, they lock out the top 6. They go from row number 3 with Mohamed Wibowo and Ryder Xiong on row number 4. Shiv Tamala and Memphis Sherman go from row number 5 with Sayaka Shimbasi and Aaron Akil on row number 6. Zhuan Zhao and Asher Lakao go from row number 7 with Zhang Ziyu rounding out the 8 rows. 15 drivers out on track for this one. Minutes, of course, provided by the Paralin team and powered by that TM Mini 60 engine, and great running for them. Of course, the juniors and seniors both on Kart Republics. They'll be on the KR2 chassis, powered by the IAMI OKN and OKNJ engines. The perfect platform for racing on a budget is that engine. You can use the same engine in both the junior and the seniors. Just tinker with it a little bit, and away you go. You've gone from a junior to a senior. Keeps the cost down with not needing to buy separate engines for the drivers. And of course, for this one here, all the engines provided for the drivers, all the equipment provided. The only thing they need to do is bring their mechanic, bring their race suit and helmet, and a toolbox, and away you go. Everything else is provided, and they bring some racing here. Really keeps that cost low, and on an international level as well, of course. It's the first time the series making its way to Southeast Asia, to the Macau circuit. Of course, the champions of the future Academy Program founded in Al Fassan in Abu Dhabi in the UAE, as there's been a bit of drama on this formation lap. One driver not coming through that third sector. It's a spin for the 410 machine. That's unfortunately Zhang Ziyu of China. Thankfully, he was at the back of the grid, so he's able to get back into his slot rather quickly as we look to go racing here in Mini 60. It's qualifying heat 1. It is lights out. We are racing. It's a solid start for the inside row. Once again, that inside line does get that favourable spot here, but as they run down in towards turn number 2, everyone on the inside line there nearly tripping over each other as drivers hugging that inside curb. Down the back straight they go then. It's a strong start for the field, but it is Michael Vino who leads the way here with that purple sector 1 as they push their way through in this first stage. Still very competitive at the front end of that field. They dip down the hill now through turns 4 and 5. The camber here is incredible for the drivers, flat out through the chicane. 6 and 7, they enter into sector number 2 now. Big moves to the inside there for 4th as well. So drivers pushing forward in the early stages of this well. Max Zanic as well looking very quick. The pace is strong here for the drivers, but let's see how they line up as they exit out of the end of first lap number 1. It is Shabil Umar who holds on to the lead of this one. Michael Vino holds on to second place, but he's going to look to the inside here, surely into turn number 2. Can't quite do it. The 407 stays behind Michael Vino, holding on to that second place. Edward Noon has had a good start here. 2 places gained. The 415 machine there in third. Excellent start. Max Zadic, good pace on that opening lap, and he's got the good pace now as well. Purple in sector number 1. He's trying to close in on that trio just ahead. Mohamed Wibowo as well is there, and P5 is working now with Max Zadic, and hopefully they can close in on this one. 2 does work better than 1 in karting in Mini 60, but right now it's all down to these 3 here. Vino, Umar and Noon. 1, 2, 3 over the line. The pace incredibly strong, and is Umar here going to try and go for a move into turn number 2? Thinks against it, stays behind. Smart decision at this point of the race. We are still early doors of it, and you don't want to be making those moves too fast, because then you can bring the rest of the pack into play. We always say this about the mini category. You've got to work together as, oh dear, that's a bad exit there for Shabil Umar. Out of turn at number 4, runs incredibly wide. Clips the curb on the exit, and that's put him right into the clutches of Edward Noon. Surely Noon's going to think about going for a move here, and he will have to think about going for a move, because Zanic is just there behind him, who's just gone purple in sector 1 and 2 alone. He is the quickest driver out there, as the driver from Thailand in 4th place. So keep an eye on this one. because he has closed in now. So keep a close eye on these front runners because they are line astern here, looking to the inside. Max Zanic goes to the dive, third place for the drivers. That's a retirement there in the background. That's the 410 machine. Yellow flags at the hairpin. I think that's Zhang Yizhu, unfortunately, out of the race. And that is unfortunate for the entrant from China. With the rest of the field here, slotting forward, Michael Vino and Shabil Umar, I think have managed to close in once again. Edward Noon under pressure here once more. The battle's raging on, and that's a 2-for-1. Zadic goes through, Wibuo as well. Mohamed Wibuo gets that move done, steps up into 4th place, and hopefully these two's pace now is quick. Can they close in on the 2 up ahead? They were setting fastest laps of the race only a moment ago. And can they capitalize on that pace that they had and try and close that gap up? Now, the gap between Zaric and Umar is about 0.8 of a second. Very doable with the time they've got left. There's a little bit of fighting there in the background. Is that Memphis Sherman going for some moves there? I think it might be. Entrant from the Netherlands. 4-month break for him in the earlier one, is pushing his way through. No, it was Ryder Jiang and Albert Poulsen having a bit of a moment there. Max Schilling as well, stepping up into 6th place. So still some movement going on there in the mid-pack right now. But still focusing on that gap. Now it's down to 0.7 of a second. Max Zadic is closing in on the 2 ahead, but it's not closing in at a rate of knots that I think he would like. You can see there he's 0.9 off the back of Michael Vino, but he's got to close in. That's 0.7 between himself and Umar, who's just ahead of him. So we'll keep a close eye on the progression of this one, but the pace is still good here for the front runners. They're not setting a personal best right now. It's a controlled pace right here, but we are just seeing those differences in those sector times. Sector 1 alone, Zalic was a 10th faster in Sector 1 alone, so that is closing in quite significantly there for the entrant from Thailand. And you can see here physically onto this final lap, the gap's come down considerably, and I don't think he's close enough for any moves right now. Shabil Umar Basalama as well is holding firm in 2nd place. He was the pole sitter. We caught up with him. He said the pace was good, and he was looking for a move there down the inside into turn number 4. Not quite enough. He's looking again at turn number 5. He's done it down in towards turn number 5, and so was Zanic. Has Zanic got through as well? I think he did. So is that Michael Vino down to 3rd place? It is. And immediately on the attack, it's contact, and round goes Zanic. He tried to go for P1, but it's ended in tears as he goes sideways. It's a half spin I think he's got going now, but out of the final corner, it will be your pole sitter. Shabil Umar Basalama takes the first heat win of the day. Michael Vino takes 2nd ahead of Mohamed Wibuo. He takes 3rd place. Edward Noon takes 4th ahead of Albert Poulsen. Max Zanic there, that final lunge into turn 8 that didn't work out for him. Unfortunately, drops him down that field into P6. Not the results he was hoping. The incredible pace there at the start of that race. Ryder Xiong finishing in 7th place ahead of Max Schilling. Memphis Sherman holding on to the top 9. Shiv Tamala rounding out the top 10. This is the full results here on your screen. Incredibly close at the front there. But Shabil Umar Basalama takes that win. Top 10 we've gone over. Aaron Akil finishing in P11 ahead of Sayaka Shimbasi, who takes P12. Then it is Zhao Yan as well. Asher Laiko, and the one and only retirement, unfortunately, Zhang Yizhu, not making it to the end of the race. So a bit of a shame for them there. Field back into Parc Ferme and towards the weighbridge now. There is your race winner. Certainly a challenging race there at the very end. Just managing to get that win despite the drama, and I think they will be looking at that rear left quarter on that kart just to make sure there's no damage. It did take a bit of a hit there on that last lap with that contact, but still a strong performance. Likes to flag, but a little bit of a fight to do that. But that's a strong start to the day for Shabil Umar Basalama, who will take that one away. There, getting out of the kart, Michael Vino as well. Good, strong performance there, was just able to retake that second place. Bit of drama there on that run there. But as these drivers get themselves squared away, let's take a look at what unfolded during that race, because, well, a little bit of excitement at the very start of that one as the field headed out onto the circuit. We were all thinking, was it going to be a lights to flag for Shabil Umar Basalama? Well, in the end of the story, it was, but he had to work pretty hard to get that one done for Max Vanic. Fell back a little bit at the start there, but managed to close back in at the very end, all to it to fall apart once more with that last attempt for the lead. This was Michael Vino with his first attempt for the race lead. That one failed at that point. It brought in the rest of the field. There you could see Edward Noon holding on to third place, but it was all about that middle group. That mid-pack then was able to close in. We saw the likes of Zarech close in and that 403 machine. He was bringing along, first got that overtake on Edward Noon, later got that overtake just further back, and that brought in the likes of Albert Paulson as well, who later went backwards, Mohamed Wibowo as well. Very strong race. That was that last attempt there, unfortunately for Max Zarech, that just trying to get the lead, gifted it to Shabil Umar Basalama, who crosses the line and takes that first qualifying heat win of the day for Mini 60. And just like the juniors, it's going to be a fair old wait until we see them back out on track for their second qualifying heat, looking at around 2:20 local time here in Macau. So set your alarms for that one. But we will, of course, have the seniors. They will be coming out next onto the circuit. We've got around 5 or so minutes until that race heads out onto the track. In that time, we can reflect a little bit as what's happened earlier on in the day in terms of non-qualifying practice and, of course, time qualifying earlier on for the senior category. Because, again, quite the shake-up in the order here in Macau. Which did see Japan and Shun Sakaguchi taking pole position in the seniors earlier on. A stark difference to what we saw in non-qualifying practice at the start that was dominated by Marka Shilkunis and Vanessa Shilkaneta. They managed to put it P1 and 2 in that first non-qualifying practice. They weren't able to continue that pace into TQ. This is what you can expect to see over the next few hours of your day here. Like we're saying, that senior race coming up next in around 6.5 minutes time. We're then going to the lunch break for a couple of hours. We're then back for the second qualifying heats of the day for junior, mini and senior. And then we go into those finals, and that is done off the results from those qualifying heats. Gives us our final grid. And then we go racing for those finals at 3:30 local time, starting with the juniors, the minis, and then the seniors, and then the first podiums. Of course, you can join us live for that one at around 5 o'clock local time here. I think Europe will be very much awake there, and the rest of the world, and of course over in America as well. They'll be starting to wake up as well at that point. But all the drivers here primed and ready, and a lot of drivers here, well, and a lot of staff here have had to adjust to the time zone here. But we'll take a short break. We won't be too long, but we'll see you back in a few minutes' time with the seniors coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the 2026 Macau International Car Grand Prix for the champions of the future Academy Program here at the majestic circuit in Macau. Built in 1996, it's now playing host to drivers in 2026. Quite a career this circuit has had. It's been a long time since we've seen European karting season head over to Southeast Asia. Of course, not back since KF1 racing here in the early days. But right now, here with the future of the karting engines, the OKNs now heading out onto the circuit. And here from qualifying, a very strong result for one young man, Shun Sakaguchi from Japan, pole position by nothing at all, effectively. Jamie Ambrose from the United Kingdom was only a couple of thousandths of a second behind Sakaguchi in terms of pole pace. Row 2 should be an interesting one. It's the brother-sister duo of Marcus Schilkunis and Vanessa Schilkanator. Of course, it will be Vanessa with that inside row going into towards turn number 1. Other drivers as well having a very strong start to their racing as well. Miji Lang as well, also very strong performance. There you can see a cheeky wave to the camera there for Yu Haoxi of China, ready to go for this one. They're sitting on the 206 machine. There is the 209. Josh Feng also of China, ready to go for this race. He's seated and focused, dialed in. Yet to take a seat is the 201 young lady from Japan, Seira Kojima. She gets herself ready to go. There is the other young female participant, Vanessa Schilkanator, yet to take a seat in the machine, and she'll be sitting right behind Jamie Ambrose. It'll be Marcus Schilkunis, and then you can see brother they're seated and booted to go. The 214 machine, a very well-known driver in the Champions of the Future Academy Program. Great successes all over Europe, of course, in the main international series last year, and in the UAE, of course, as well. Very strong performance there indeed. How will he fare here for his first appearance in Southeast Asia at the Macau circuit? Well, so far, he's been proven by these two drivers here. Shun Sakaguchi there of Japan. Last few words there from race director Martin Bean ahead of this one. I'm sure probably to do with the start of the races there. Jamie Ambrose as well from the UK, seated and ready to go. I think tension's quite high here for the seniors. The first time we will see them racing. These are the fastest karts we'll have so far this weekend here. Of course, tomorrow, if you join us live, you'll get to see a little bit of KZ racing here with the MMAC Academy that'll be racing with some of their drivers. Got some KZ Masters out there as well, but that will all be tomorrow. Today we're focusing on the OKNJ, the OKNs, and the Mini 60 categories, who will be both out tomorrow as well. It will be a very busy day tomorrow, busy schedule for the field, and today still a little bit of a calmer intro into it, but last words of encouragement as we get ready to go. Oh dear, Jamie Ambrose's mechanic is keeping him hanging there, but there we go. He's got him now. He's ready to go and psyching himself up. What we've seen so far from the juniors, the minis, the inside line seems to be the favourable one here for them. Of course, the pole side, they've got that run to the inside, but the outside line can still carry that speed. They can still carry the pace. It is a little bumpy. They don't want to run out too wide. Not a lot of runoff area that they've got there. They are straight into a wall if it does go wrong, but it's then a long run down into that hairpin. That's the first major overtaking opportunity, and we have seen many overtakes there so far over the course of this weekend in terms of free practice, the testing, and the non-qualifying practice as well. I'm sure we'll see many more in the qualifying heats as the engines fire up. It's OKN Senior qualifying heat 1 that makes its way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. I can see some mechanics running around there as some karts failed to get going. We'll find out in a moment. Shun Sakaguchi on pole position. Incredibly close pace between himself and Jamie Ambrose, but they lock out that front row. Marcus Schilkunis and Vanessa Schilkanator go from row number 2. They'll have Miji Lang and Seira Kojima on row number 3. Josh Feng and Paco Sarmiento go from row number 4. And there we'll see Yu Haoxi and Warapong Ian Vichan on row number 5. Jerry Shi and Alonso Lacambra in 6th place. Had drama in qualifying. Crashed out on that final corner, but thankfully is okay and is in this race. Just a dusty card after that T crew. Enrique Borges on the 7th row of the grid will be joined by Zhang Jinyu on the back of the field. For the rest of the field here, priming themselves ready as they head out after their out lap. They're on their formation lap. This is where they'll start to dig in. This should be a relatively interesting race here. For Marco Schilkunis, he is a driver who, in the first years of the Champions of the Future Academy Program, battled away with the likes of the Spanish female Luna Flusha, a very close championship for them that did see Luna Flusha take it in the inaugural season. Schilkunis taking it last year in 2025 with the departure of Flusha, now has to deal with the likes of Jamie Ambrose and Shun Sakaguchi here after that first qualifying. But curious to see how this one will play out, not including the fact that he's now got his sister alongside as well. Vanessa Schilkaneta's pace has really stepped up in this one. This will be Marcus's last year in karting before he heads off to race in the world of Formula Racing. This one, though, is a false start, and they are sending them round once again. There you can see that debris that got kicked up earlier on, so clearly the driver's pushing from those previous sessions, making it a little bit slippy there into that braking zone down at turn number 2. So this gives it a bit more time to go over a little bit of what happened earlier on, of course. Those times that we were seeing from the field, relatively competitive, actually. The whole field at the sharp end, they were all in the 55s. It was a very low, it was dead on the 46s for Vanessa Schilkaneta, so only a 10th or so off the back of brother Marcus Schilkunis, and then Jamie Ambrose was another about 10th of a second faster than that, and then Sakaguchi was also just about half a 10th of a second faster than that. So incredibly close in that top pack right now. But let's see how it transpires in a race format. Into the tram lines. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row. Sun Sakaguchi holds on to the race lead. Is immediately under attack by Marcus Schilkunis, who sends it down the outside, tries to take the lead in the opening phase, but it's failed, and he stays there in second place. But immediately he's on the attack, and he is trying to prove a point here. But immediately he'll have to stay behind into second place. That's going to keep everyone else here at bay, and Shun Sakaguchi is immediately trying to defend from Marco Schilkunis, who I'm sure is going to attack at any given opportunity. Huge then in the background as 3 carts are off at the hairpin. Drama for Josh Feng, for Yu Haoxi, and for Jerry Xi as well. All 3 out of the race on the opening lap, and thankfully all 3 okay. But yellow flags down into the hairpin. No overtaking will be allowed at that point, as oh dear, that's Jamie Ambrose going for an overtake at the hairpin. Now, will he say that he was after that? But I think they do have to wait for a green flag, and yeah, we'll have to see what happens from that one. But action happening at the hairpin, action happening here down in towards turns 4 and 5. The main pack there really kicking up the dust. That's Sarah Kojima right in the middle of that fight, fighting away here with Mi Jinlang as well in that middle sector. Paco Sarmiento as well fighting away. Alonso Lacambra as well. Despite that drama, Sarah Kojima goes sideways through that final corner. That's allowing Lacambra to sweep it round the outside of turn number 1. Vanessa Schilkaneta has not had the start here either. She's there in 9th place and is all inside that battle that's kicking off behind. But look at this scrap that's happening in the background. Meanwhile, at the front, Shun Sakaguchi and Marco Schilkunis are just breaking away from the rest of the field. They are clear by 8/10 of a second. Now, Jamie Ambrose is there in the background. He's wanting to close in. In fact, is that a lapped driver there in the background? I think it might be. I'm trying to think who that cart is in 3rd place. That's not, that is Jamie Ambrose. He is there. So he's managed to close in considerably on this lap. The gap's down to 0.5 of a second. That's incredible pace, and this will help him out even more down the inside. Marcus Shilkunas looks to the lead once again. He doesn't hold it on the exit. Sakaguchi to the inside, side by side through turn number 3. Incredible kart control, but that is Shilkunas holding on to it, and Ambrose is here now. Ambrose looking to see if he can get second place. There's drama at turn 4 in the background. One driver going skywards, but back on all fours. But Shilkunas has the lead now. Sakaguchi holding on here, but no, he goes for it. He goes for it down into that final corner. Jamie Ambrose through as well. Marcus Shilkunas has certainly met his match here as he tries to squeeze his way back into second place. Over the line they go. It's Ambrose in the lead. Shilkunas, Sakaguchi down to third place, and these two once again go wheel to wheel down the inside, and Shilkunas is squeezed on the exit, and he is furious. He's not happy at all. Ambrose leads, Sakaguchi back to second as these two continue to fight into sector number 2. Now it all seems to have settled down a little bit here, but you can tell the tensions were high there. You could tell that Shilkunas was trying to prove himself to go for that overtake, and rightly so. He's an incredible driver, but here he is finding the challenge of Ambrose and Sakaguchi, who have managed to find the pace here around this circuit. You have to remember, for Shilkunas, it's his first outing here. Yellow flags into turn 1 if we've lost another, and I think it might be Alonso Lacambra that we have lost, and there you can see the kart in the barrier. And I'm waiting to see someone who doesn't clock up, and I think it is, yes, unfortunately, Alonso Lacambra. He had drama in time qualifying, and he finds more drama here, unfortunately, in this first qualifying heat. Still a ways to go in this one. It's settled down just a little bit at the front here. Ambrose in control now. It's down to 0.2 of a second is the gap. Shilkunas has closed in again. He's going to try this one again. He launched an attack there through the hairpin. You could see how dramatic it was into those yellow flags again as the marshal. Yeah, there I can see him now. Yeah, Alonso Lacambra there up on his feet and okay, but yeah, his kart in the wall. You could see how much he was trying to get it done, sweeping to the outside to try and carry that speed. It is a wide circuit here. It's around 10 meters wide, this circuit, much wider than a conventional karting track that what we would see out in Europe. There would be something around 9/8 or in some places maybe 7 meters wide, so a lot narrower than this, but a lot of speed they can carry around here. Very fast, but very demanding on a driver. Speaking to a lot of them, they say the ribs, they hurt quite a lot after a good session. They say they're trying to push their way forward as much as they can. We've focused a lot on these top 3. They are closing in once again. I'm going to look back at the group behind. Vanessa Shilkaneta, Sarah Kojima, and Paco Sarmiento as well. Now they're lapping relatively close to each other as well, just in the background. But Shilkunas here is continuously closing that gap. Another fastest lap of the race. That's a 46.097. Really starting to pick up the pace now. Is the driver in third place. Sakaguchi is going to have to really think what he wants to do in this last stage of the race. Now, we are at this moment lap number 8 of 12. Still a significant way to go in this race, but you can see how that gap is closing in at that sharp end. Other drivers pushing around. Wadapong Ivatanyan has managed to get himself up into 9th place now. Managed to get past Enrique Borges, who was circulating around in 10th place at this moment. We've lost 4 drivers, and that was a half attempt there from Marcus Shilkunas there on Shun Sakaguchi, but not able to get that move done just yet. Through the chicane, up the hill now, 6 and 7. This section here really is quick for the drivers. Fast, open pace, high cambered corners here as they swoop downhill. It's the lowest part of the circuit. Massive elevation change here as they climb uphill round the final corner. A little wide there for Jamie Ambrose, just keeping it on the track. But you can see he's lost time there to Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi has closed in. He's immediately on the attack, not wasting any time. The driver from Japan takes the lead away, and Marcus Shilkunas immediately tries to attack. And the two again are going to go wheel to wheel. It was these two earlier on. Ambrose back down the inside. It's kicking off again. 2 for 1 for Marcus Shilkunas. He'll love that one. Marcus Shilkunas to the inside. It's a 2 for 1 special, and he takes the lead of this race up the hill with only a few laps to go. Now the question is, can he maintain that? This is where he got overtaken last time by Sekiguchi, but not this time. Couldn't quite do it. Now they need to think, can they match the pace of Marcus Shilkunas? Well, on that previous lap, the answer to that was yes. On this lap alone, no, significantly slower. And now, guess who's just gone purple for the first time in this race? Vanessa Shilkunator. They're in 4th place. She is some 3.8 seconds further down the road, but she is the fastest driver out there at this moment, and there is confirmation of it. 45.993, the only driver to go into the 45 seconds. The pace is electric in 4th place, but the eyes still focus here on this top 3. Sekiguchi's not dropped off the back here. Shilkunas is not safe right now. Yes, they've not got a lot of time left. I think they're going to go onto the last laps very, very soon. They cross the line onto the final lap here. So if Sekiguchi's going to go for it, he's got to go for it now, but the gap's too big. Gap's around 0.3 of a second. Not close enough for an attack here. Those fights just came at the right time for Marcus Shilkunas. Certainly a dramatic start to the racing. But there, Sekiguchi utilising that pace. It's just gone even faster now. He's the second driver now to get into the 45s. 45.961. But the gap's increased on this lap. He's lost a lot of time in that second sector. Is Ambrose going to go for something? I don't think he will. It's flat to the final corner. Marcus Shilkunas, it took him a while, but he's going to get a P1 at the end of qualifying heat 1. Shun Sekiguchi takes second ahead of Jamie Ambrose. A very competitive race there for those 3. Vanessa Shilkunator recovers back to P4 out of Sera Kojima. Paco Sarmiento finishes in 6th place ahead of Mi Jilang in 7th. Zhang Jiyo as well in 8th place from Warapong. Ian Vichan holding on to 9th place, and Enrique Borges finishing in 10th place. Unfortunate retirements in that race, 4 of them. Alonso Lacambra, unfortunately, retiring. Josh Feng, Yuan Shi, and Jerry Shi as well, out of the race. There is your full results. That was the dramatic start for them at the beginning of that race. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what had happened in that incident, but clearly those 3 tangling at the hairpin, which really put a real split in the grid there, really helped out Shilkunas, Sekiguchi and Ambrose at the start of this one. This is them in, I can imagine, a little bit of frustration here for these drivers. It was quite the feisty battle they had at the start, and you could see the communication that they were trying to give out. That's Marcus Shilkunas all good over the weighbridge, and job done. Certainly was a feisty race, and I can imagine there's some battle scars on that Kart Republic chassis. But still, strong start to the weekend. And that's the first qualifying heat done and dusted. There was your pole sitter from qualifying. Shun Sekiguchi, he's all good, I'm sure. Still happy with the result there, P2, but from pole position, I think we'll be looking to see if we can try and extend that even more. Here, Jamie Ambrose, certainly a very feisty race there. Mechanics quick to assist to get that kart on the trolley. It's a strong result there, but yeah, you can see him just walking away. I can imagine a bit of frustration underneath that helmet. This Vanessa Shilkunator, I can imagine as well, the same frustration, but still a great recovery in that race. Not the start she would have wanted, but still pushed through in a moment. But again, that's the racing done. Let's cut over and have a look at some of the highlights from that race, because if you were watching it, there was quite a few in the start of that one. The last words of encouragement for Vanessa Shilkunator and Marcus Shilkunas as they got ready for their racing, but it was all down to the front row on this one. Shun Sekiguchi and Jamie Ambrose joining Marcus Shilkunas. That was the fight throughout that race. There was the drama Of course, in the early phase of it as well, these drivers all focusing on what they wanted to do in that race, and there you could see they knew they were going to go to battle in this one. Wheel-to-wheel action here in Macau. It's what we love to see here in the sunshine as the air temperature creeps up ever more, 22 degrees. It's a beautiful day here in Southeast China. The first start there was a false start, sent the field round again. Not a good thing for them, of course. They have to look out for those tyres. This was the race start itself. That was the first attack from Marcus Shilkunas, trying to go round the outside again. This moment here, wheel-to-wheel action. Shilkunas holding on just round the outside there, sideways through the corner of turn 3. Later lost out on it from Ambrose. Ambrose here, wheel-to-wheel with Shilkunas, squeezing him out wide, and you could see him showing his frustration. Ambrose and Sekiguchi managed to hold on to that front edge of the race as Shilkunas managed to hold in. All the meanwhile, at the back of the field, we had lost the 3 retirements of Jerry Shi, Yao Shi as well, and Josh Feng. They crashed out. There was that overtake for the race lead. This was in the dying stages. Sekiguchi first. This one from Ambrose. 2-for-1 special for Marcus Shilkunas, and that sealed the deal for the Lithuanian. Across the line, he'd take the checkered flag. Other drivers as well. Alonso Lacambra, again, a fortunate retirement for that one. Enrique Borges running it out in 10th. Ian Vitchan holding on to 9th from Zhang Jiyu as well, who finished that one in 8th place, and the rest of the field as well. Still good results for many movers through the field. Drama for some, an elation for other, with Marcus Shilkunas for those 2 places gained. Well, there you can see, it's going to be a bit of time before we see any action out on track. It's going to be around 1 hour, 42 minutes, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock for the qualifying Heat 2 for Junior, Mini and Senior. Those finals as well coming up soon after that one. And then, of course, those podiums at 5 o'clock local time. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and the Champions of the Future Academy Program here in Macau. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in 1 hour and 40 minutes time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix here for the champions of the Future Academy Program. I'm Anthony Jordan. I'll be taking you through the second half of the day and the rest of tomorrow and the rest of the weekend as well, as we are going to see the juniors, minis and seniors back out on circuit very soon. You are going to be expecting those heats to be starting in the next 3 minutes or so with those juniors. And let's take this bit of time to take you back of what happened earlier on in that day. Qualifying heat 1 certainly was an exciting one for the juniors. It saw Jake Kostecki take that race win. A very exciting one, just alongside Axel Nocom. 900ths of a second separated those two across the line. John Han from a pole position spot did drop down to third, but still a very strong start to his race. Brandon Ng as well, also very strong performance, but it was Mason Kwong, the biggest mover in that first race. 6 places he gained to push himself to a superb finishing spot of P5. Can he do a similar thing in this one? Everyone else there primed and ready at the back of the grid. You can see everyone just getting themselves squared away and sorted out. There is Yu Mingyun as well. Big wave to the camera. He is primed, ready to go as he pushes his way forward. Good race for him earlier on. Did drop 2 positions, but still a P9, a top 10 finish. Nicely done. There was a couple of penalties that went out. Deng Zitan as well got a unfortunate penalty, 5-second penalty. Same for Benjamin Poulsen as well. So they've suffered a little bit in that first race, but they can focus now on this one. Yu Minghee there, waving to the camera, primed and ready to go as well. Tough qualifying, but is ready for this one to see what he can do there from 13th place. There you can see as well, Nadal Imjapanya getting himself all sorted out, ready to go. The rest of the field as well, all in a good, I think, spirit here at the Macau circuit. Of course, everyone enjoying the weather conditions. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. It's peaked, I think, now at 23 degrees, but it's still a very nice sunny day, not a cloud in the sky, and everyone looking forward to seeing what this second half of the day can be. There you can see the front of the grid now, priming themselves ready. John Han and Jake Kostecki, very controlled race for them as the 32nd board goes up at the front of the grid. Like you say, it was a tense race earlier on. I'm expecting something similar in this one, but we'll have to just wait and see. Of course, the juniors are some of the feistiest drivers we've got here. They like to give us a good show. Will they do the same in this one? I do think so. So certainly looking forward to that one. Right now, though, we wait for that green flag to wave at the front of that pre-grid to send the drivers out onto the circuit. It's qualifying heat 2 time for OKN Junior. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. John Han, 3rd place earlier on, back on pole position after a pole position in time qualifying. Jake Kostecki starting alongside. Can he go for another race win on this one? Axel Nocom, it was a close P2 for him. He starts at 3rd. Can he get the same start he had earlier on? Takara Simbasi going from row number 2 as well. Brandon Ng and Benjamin Poulsen go from row number 3. They will see Alex Yu and Wu Jincheng on row number 4. Chris Deng on row 5 alongside Advan Earl Warren on row number 5. Indeed, they lock out the top 10. Row 6 will see Mason Kwong and Nadal Imjapanya and Yu Minghee rounding out the 13-kart field on row number 7. Some work to do from there, but the drivers are ready to go. They'll be ending their out lap to start their formation lap here. Only a short circuit, 1.2 kilometers, but it is a fierce one. 10 turns out there, but it's the speed. It's so fast. You can carry so much speed around all of these corners. It's incredibly demanding on a driver. Very physical out there, and these corners are high speed. And that one there, turn 3 as well. The driver's saying, you know, you can take it flat out, and when you get it right, it's perfect, and you see how close they are. Luckily, they've got the benefit of the
the brand new smooth tarmac here. Yes, it's a little bit bumpy in some places, but it is a beautiful layer of tarmac. I've done many track walks around here, and yeah, lots of grip out there on those LeConte tyres, which of course now have been used quite a bit now. Remember, they did do qualifying. They've already done qualifying heat 1 on this, so they have been used and abused so far, and they're still going to do the second heat, and then of course that final later on today. Here we go then. Out of the final corner, we're looking to go racing into the tram lines here. It's OKN Junior forming up into the tram lines. The lights are out. We're racing down in towards turn number 1, and it's a good start once more for the inside row. John Han holds on to the lead. Down the back straight in towards the first hairpin. Are we going to see an early overtake into the hairpin? The answer to that is no. We've got an up and under though. Is Jake Kostecki going to try and go for something here? The answer to that is no. He stays behind. Axel Nocom holds on to third place, and yeah, it's Jake Kostecki back there. I think that is Shimbashi there for Japan, who is up into third place. It's a good start here. Drama at though turn number 4, and a kart grinding to a halt. It's the number 16, unfortunately, going no further. Wu Jin Cheng of Japan out of this race. Hopefully can try and get it restarted. Only has the one attempt, but no, is out of the kart, and that is first retirement of the race. For the rest of the field though, it's a good start, and it's Nocom in the lead. They will be liking this one as he makes his way across the line. It is Nocom from Han, Kostecki from Ing, then it is Shimbashi, Kwong from Yu, then it is Warren from Deng at the moment. So they are all pushing their way forward. In Japania and Yu Ming-hee, Benjamin Paulson there in 12th place, has had a tough start to this race. Eyes on this one, down the inside, 4th place, big overtake there from Shimbashi, and Mason Kwong able to capitalise on this as well. That's allowing the top 3 up ahead to try and break away, and Jake Kostecki once again is on the attack here to John Han, and is going to go for the move down the inside at turn number 9. Beautiful overtake, utilising the camber of the corner, and slides it down the inside, and immediately I think we'll try and replicate what he did in race 1 only a few hours ago. The gap, 1 second. Can he close it within the time he's got remaining? Nocom still in the lead of this one, but we'll see what the gap is like when they pass through the next sector. Well, Nocom's helped himself out there, fastest lap of the race, but he's not helped himself out too much. The gap's already down to 9/10 of a second, despite that fastest lap. Kostecki is on the charge. Here, the rest of the field, though. Mason Kwong, there in 4th place, has had a brilliant start to this race. 7 places gained for the driver from Hong Kong, and is pushing through nicely here for the rest of the field. Back over the start-finish straight they go. Gap's opening up. What's the gap now between Nocom and Kostecki? It's down to 7/10 of a second. The gap is closing in now, but the pace is still strong for all of the top 3. This is 4th, 5th and 6th just in the background here. Brandon Ing trying to get involved there with Shimbashi, but has not managed to find a way through just yet. Staying behind, you can see there in towards turn 4, utilising that heavy braking zone into the corner, but just not finding a way through. We wait for them to come through the chicane. You can see the field there really closing in at the front. And that mid-pack there, very challenging. Kwong, Shimbashi, Ing and Yu, Deng in there as well, all trying to push their way forward here. Look at this. Brandon Ing all over that rear bumper now, flat out through turn 1, utilising that speed. The slingshot move, looks to the inside. Brandon Ing of Canada down the inside and steps up into 5th place. Superb move there as Jake Kostecki now sets the fastest lap of the race, has closed the gap to less than 6/10 of a second. The fight will be on once more in OKN Junior, but we wait to see what will happen. But right now, it is still this fight raging on in the mid-pack. Mason Kwong leads that fight, but still, Brandon Ing on the charge here. Shimbashi in 6th. Yu Ming-young holding on firmly in 7th place, ahead of Chris Deng. So Alex Yu and Chris Deng here pushing as hard as they can. For the time being, though, not able to close in on the drivers in front. Jake Kostecki again, fastest lap of the race, 46.585, incredibly quick time. And that gap's come down even more, and there's nothing better than a chasing driver to feel this sort of sensation, seeing the kart in front getting closer and closer, corner after corner. And right now, for Axel Nocom, it was around this time in the first race where he started to check over the shoulder, and in doing so, he then fell back even further. And I always say this as a rule of thumb: if you start looking backwards, that's the only place you're going to end up. You're going to end up going backwards if you look backwards. So you've got to focus. You've got to focus looking forward. That's exactly what Nocom is doing. That engine will get louder as well. Kostecki closes in even more, 0.3 of a second after another fastest lap of the race. Nocom will start to hear that engine get louder and louder in his helmet. He'll notice that he's there. It'll just be a case of if or when he will attack. Where will he go for that move? We saw the overtake down towards turn number 9 in previous times, but he's not tried it this time around. On to lap number 8 now. The last lap board's going to be out this time to these drivers. If Kostecki's going to do something, he's got to do it sooner rather than later. It's a mistake there for the hairpin for Nocom, though. He gets loose out of the hairpin, and now Kostecki is running his rear bumper. Kostecki surely is going to attack on this lap, but where will he do it? He doesn't do it at 4. He'll do it at 5. They disappear out of camera shot. They exit out of the corner. It's still Nocom in the lead, though. Nocom holds onto it through the chicane. Up the hill they go. Fast speeds here. Another braking zone. But Kostecki cannot find a way through just yet. Nocom is doing a brilliant job of holding firm in this race lead. At this moment in time, it would still be Kostecki looking at a pole position start for the final as they go on to this final lap. Nocom can do nothing about it as Kostecki out-qualified him earlier on today. At this moment, it will be Kostecki on pole, but does he want to come away with a second, or does he want maximum points? Is Kostecki going to go for this overtake? He is, down the inside. Oh, they make a little bit of contact, but it's a great overtake for Jay Kostecki. Down the inside of Axel Nocom, takes the lead of the race away, and there's nothing Nocom can do here. He stays behind, and he tries to push forward, but this is superb. Out of the final couple of corners, Jay Kostecki is looking at a 2 for 2 here. Over the line he goes. It's pole position for Jay Kostecki. Axel Nocom takes second place. John Hannigan settles for third, and he goes from pole to third place for that final later on today. Mason Kwong finishes in P4. That's an impressive drive after a tough qualifying earlier on today. He goes from 11th on the grid for these qualifying heats. He will start provisionally, of course, P5 for that final later on. Mason Kwong is going to be a contender in that final, mark my words, with the moves he has made throughout these races. Rest of the field now will head back into Parc Ferme. Here's full results. Brandon Ing finishing in 5th place. Takura Shimbasi and the likes of Chris Deng finishing there just ahead. Advan Oral Warren finishing in 8th place ahead of Alex Yu. That is Benjamin Paulson from Nadal in Japania, Yu Ming-hee, and the only retirement, unfortunately, at the start of that race, Wu Jin-cheng, unfortunately, not seeing that checkered flag, but still a controlled race for the front, and there is your double race winner for today, Jay Kostecki. Job done, and happy with that. And I did catch up with Jay in between the races today to say how was he feeling, and the one thing that he mentioned to me is the ribs are sore. It is a physical track here, incredibly demanding on a driver, and yeah, you can see there while he was getting out of the kart, he is certainly feeling it here. Hopefully he can get a good rest now before that final, but of course those finals are going to be a lot longer for the drivers. Right now, of course, they're only doing 9-lap heats. They get to the final later on, it's 15 laps for the juniors.
But let's have a look at what happened in that race. From some of the highlights of the OKN Juniors, certainly a very controlled start for many. But still, we saw those big pushes from the drivers earlier on as they made their way out onto the track for their second and last qualifying heat of the day before their final. Jay Kostecki, despite the dramas in qualifying to only put it P2, managed to turn those two P2s into two P1s. He takes maximum points as he will start the final on pole position. But it's all about these starts here. John Hahn nailing the starts from the word go. He's able to push forward. That was the unfortunate moment at the start of the race, which saw, unfortunately, Wu Jincheng out of the race. This was Kostecki's charge through the field. That was his move there on John Hahn. Later, this incredible dive down the inside at turn number 4. That was to the race lead, and for pole position for Jay Kostecki. And both drivers making it through. It's still going to be a front row lockout for Kostecki and Nocom. But for John Hahn, he goes from pole to third for that final later on. For the rest of the field, still some good results for them. Other drivers who stepped forward with those points was the likes of Takuro Shimbashi, stepped up now to 6th in the intermediate classification, and now will start a P6. That is obviously a downwards trajectory from the P4 that they've been starting on so far, but still, we look forward to see what happens in that final. You can catch all these results as well. You can head to the Champions of the Future Academy Program website. Just type it in on your search engine of choice, and you can have a look at all the results, and you can see any penalties that may have gone out to keep up to date with all the action that has been happening here as well. You can catch that live timing as well on that website. For everyone else here, that is their second race done for the OKN Juniors. We will see them next out for their final later on today. Mini 60 will be the next one heading out onto the circuit, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, they are getting themselves ready. They're there on the grid ahead of this race, and that was also quite the exciting race that we saw earlier on. We look forward to seeing what happens in that one. But for the Mini 60, still a very controlled race. But we will take a short break before the Mini 60s get started. So do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here for the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix with the Champions of the Future Academy Program. We have just witnessed the junior second qualifying heat. We have got 2 more heats to go before the finals, and it will be Mini 60 bracing the track next for their qualifying heat. And again, very competitive heat earlier on, which saw Shabil Umar Basalama, who took pole position, take a first qualifying heat win. Can he do a similar thing on this one? Well, we're about to find out. Michael Vino did a great job earlier on. The same of Mohamed Wibowo. They took 1, 2, and 3, and it was a 4-place gain for Mohamed Wibowo there to finish in P4. It was in Indonesia 1, 2, 3 in that first race. Australia's Edward Noon had a great race earlier on as well. P4 in that first heat ahead of Albert Paulson and Max Zaraj, who finished in P6, and he had a tough end to that race. He pushed his way through. Certainly going to be the one to watch in this race, I would say, for Max Zaraj. He's starting this one very well. Just a tough final lap in that previous race, but that is behind him now. He's thinking of what's going to be happening going forward, and he'll be thinking one thing and one thing only, and that is get that P1 away from Shabil Umar Basalama, who is holding on to the front of what there. Strong arms there for Mensif Sherman, who is ready for this one. There on your screen, helmet just going on to Radesh Young, who also gets that helmet down now, ready to go. Albert Poulsen there of Denmark, good and ready to go, racing along with his cousin this weekend with Benjamin Poulsen as well. Caught up with them earlier on in the break. Max Schilling, ready to go. Gloves going on in a second, and they're just getting himself ready. It's Max Zaric. We're hoping this time around that gets that solid result that he deserves in this one. It was a very competitive drive for him earlier on from Thailand, so we'll keep a close eye on this one. The minis are always competitive. We do love a mini race. The slipstream, always a fantastic thing. We know that it's like a mini NASCAR is Mini 60. It's all about momentum. And here at the Macau circuit, momentum is key here. Such a fast, open, wide circuit. I'm sure we could get probably 10 of these wide into a corner. Hopefully we don't see that. That might not go down too well. But still, we do love the Mini 60 racing. There is Shabil Umar Basalama primed and ready to go. And like you say, great run in qualifying for him and continued that trend. In the first of those qualifying heats, he took that win by half a second from Michael Vino. And like you say, Mohamed Wiburo, also a very strong race in that last one. 4 places gained. He was the biggest mover. Certainly, if he can get that decent start in this one, we might see him gain just that fair few places in this one as well. For all these drivers, a lot of new names in the Champions of the Future Academy program. Great to see. A lot of new nations as well joining us in the Academy program. Of course, this one, a one-off in Macau. Of course, before we see the return of the international series, that will see races in Europe and the UAE. And then, of course, other nations as well. We'll see them out there. But then also, we have the Motorsport UK Champions of the Future Academy program. That will see 4 rounds in the United Kingdom as well. Some fabulous circuits. We look forward to that one, and not forgetting and including the fabulous Silverstone circuit as well. So looking forward to seeing some brilliant racing over it. There, the grandstand. It's a lot bigger than that, but everyone that we've got here, they're all priming themselves ready to watch this racing, and all sticking to the shade. That's probably a smart choice. That sun, yes, the temperature is low, but it is quite hot out there for the drivers. But like I say, for this part of the world, it's freezing cold right now for a lot of them. But let's see how this one plays out. We are moments away from seeing this race head out onto the track. Mini 60, qualifying Heat 2. Can we see a repeat? Will we see a back-to-back win for Shabil Umar Basalama, or will he have some competition in this one? Will Max Zaric get that position? Will he push his way forward? We are yet to find out as the green flag drops, engines fire up. It is Mini 60, qualifying Heat 2, that heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup, as one kart there just in the background has not got going. And I think it is the 410 of Zhang Yizu, who I think has now got going, which is good to see. Here's your grid, though. Shabil Umar Basalama and Max Zaric on row number 1. Michael Vino and Max Schilling go from row number 2. Edwin Noon and Albert Poulsen on row number 3, with Mohamed Wiburo and Radesh Young on row number 4. Shiv Tamala and Memphis Sherman going from row number 5. They will see Sayaka Shimbashi and Aaron Akil on row number 6. Zhao Ziwan and Asher Lako go from row number 7 with Jiang Yizu on the back of the field. 15 karts, and thankfully all 15 are out there. And yes, the stricken 410 machine that we saw right at the very start there has got going and is out on track. Drivers cross the line now to end their out lap. They go onto their formation lap, and this is where it all falls down. So again, just to clarify to anyone watching from around the world, welcome one and all. The points system for the Champions of the Future Academy program breaks down to a race win is 50 intermediate classification points. It goes down various amounts.
of course, it goes to 44, then 41 points, 38, 36, and then it drops every 2 points until it gets to 28, then it's every 1 point. And then all for these drivers, it's a case of earning as many points as they can in this qualifying heat phase to give them the points for the final. And then, of course, the final, they get effectively series points, championship points that go into tomorrow. And they carry on for the final where they start their intermediate classifications again. So at the end of the weekend, there is a trophy for overall winner with the most points for the drivers at the end of the day. Medals up for grabs for the top 3. Here we go. Are we racing? Mini 60, lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. And again, it's just that consistent start for that inside row. And Shabil Umar Basalama holds on to the lead of this one. Squirrely in 3rd place there under braking, but they all managed to get their way through. 3 wide in the background. We're 3 wide for 3rd place now in towards turn number 3, but they all slot into position now as they head down in towards turn number 4 for the first time. Anyone tripping over each other, little bit in the background there, but it's a relatively decent start here for the field. Still a strong getaway for the drivers in the front of the field, but you can see here now many more karts fighting away. Earlier on it was only 3 karts, make it 5 now, and that's a nice change down the inside there. Now, is that Edward Noon on the charge through this field? We'll yet to find out as they cross the line. We'll call them as they go. It's Michael Vino in the lead. Shabil Umar Basalama in 2nd place. Mohamed Wibowo is the driver who's gained 4 places here. So that's Wibowo who's up into 3rd place now. Edward Noon holds to 4th. Shiv Tamala's had a great start to this race. That's a 4-place gain to have him into P5. Look at this now, though. Shabil Umar is all over that rear bumper of Michael Vino once again. These two certainly had a tough race earlier on, but they're pushing forward on this one. Max Harridge in this, he's not had the start in this one. I was just wondering where he's gone. He's down in 10th place right now. The driver who pushed his way forward in that first race all the way to a near victory is just not finding his legs on this one, which is a big shame. But plenty of time left in this race to turn it around. Here at the front, though. Eyes on the front, no changes there into the hairpin. Just staying line astern here as they exit out and in towards turn number 4. Fast speed here, and look at this. Mohamed Wibowo is absolutely flying right now. Fastest lap of the race, 52.275. This is good running from Wibowo. He's put himself up to 3rd in the points right now. Basalama and Michael Vino, they are close as once again they've changed positions. So Shabil Umar putting it back through, and now Wibowo's fighting through. Wibowo down the inside, that's him through into 2nd place now, and that's Edward Noon also getting past. What is happening here to Michael Vino? He was there holding on to the race lead, and he's just been shuffled down to 4th place now. So all the drivers holding firm into their positions. Nearing that halfway point of this race, we are on lap number 4 now, 3 completed as Ryder Xiong sets the fastest lap of the race, 52.257. Now he's currently sitting in 6th place at this moment. He is on a 2-place gain. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Look at this here, changing at the front again. Look at this. Mohamed Wibowo takes the lead of the race, and this is superb. After that result earlier on, a 3rd place, I said keep an eye on him. He gained 4 places in that first race. I think he just didn't have the start he wanted in that first race. He's certainly found his legs now and is pushed right to the front here. He's not out of the woods, though. Umar is still there. Now there's change in the background. Michael Vino to the inside of Edward Noon. Now he's seen that overtake happen in front, and he thought, right, okay, I've got the chance here to push through. But right now, just waiting to see what happens here. The exit out, you can see the gap now that Wibowo's got. He's opening it up. Albert Poulsen sets the fastest lap of the race now, currently circulating in 9th place, just in the background here. Wibowo, though, calm and collected at the front. That half a second is his gap here to Umar. Vino and Noon, who sit just behind. Still no lunges just yet for these drivers, but looks like Shabila Umar may have closed things up here now. The gap's down to 0.2 of a second. Checks over the shoulder. Susses out what's going on behind. He can see he's got a bit of an advantage there. You can see how effective the toe is for the Mini 60s down that straight towards turn number 2. And now the pressure is on. Mohamed Wibwo, he managed to get to the front of this grid. He's gained 6 places so far in this one. He's looking at a front row start for the final if he can hold on to this position. He hasn't got enough points to get it on pole, but he's looking at a P2 right now with a race win here. Time very quickly running out for the field. Last lap board's going to be going out this time. It is indeed. And the pressure is now on. Mohamed Wibwo, Shabil Umar, Michael Vino, 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Umar to the inside, turn 2, and it's done. It's beautiful. And that's a nice overtake there. Wibwo unable to defend that one. And now Michael Vino might have a chance as well to close in, but it's going to be a retaliation. Wibwo to the inside at turn 4. Beautiful move. Thought against it, and now again they're going to look to the inside. Oh no, Umar to the inside, squeezes them through. It's gone from a 2 car battle now to 5. Here we go, Wibwo back down the inside through the chicane, but the second group have lost out now. It's Edwin Noon holding on to 3rd. It's all down to the 2 at the front here. It's a fight of can he start on the front row of the grid. There is a light look to the inside, but I think it's going to be a run to the line. Can he do it? Mohamed Wibwo takes it across the line by 0.064 of a second. Mohamed Wibwo takes it across the line and will secure a provisional front row start for the final later on today. That's a staggering improvement from what he had in qualifying. He's gone from 7th after time qualifying to a front row start for the final. Incredible drive there for Wibwo. 6 places gained. Umar holds on to 2nd place in that race, and with that does secure pole position for the final. There is a look at your full result there. The provisional, of course, Edward Noon taking 3rd ahead of Michael Vino. Ryder Xiong from Max Zadic. And just struggled a little bit in that one, but did recover back to P6. Max Schilling there into 7th place. Albert Poulsen from Shiv Tamala held on to 9th place. Memphis Sherman rounds out the top 10. Sayaka Shimbashi holds on to 11th from Zhao Ziwan and Aaron Akil. Asher Lako and Jiang Yizu holds on to the 15 spots there. All karts that started that race finish that race, which is always a good thing. Across the line, there is your race winner, the 408 machine, Mohamed Wibwo. It's an incredible second half of the day, and I think a real contender for that final later on today. And celebrations happening for the drivers from Indonesia. And there, Shabil Umar congratulating him at the end of that race. Good results for them there coming in. Now that is Michael Vino, 4th place on the road. I'm sure still will be happy with that result, and for him, Vino does end up starting that final provisionally, where he's been starting all of the races here so far today in 3rd place. So hopefully he'll be okay with that one. Well, we're only moments away from seeing the last qualifying heat, so let's cut over and have a look at what happened in that Mini 60 race with the highlights. Well, for the drivers, relatively decent start for the field. You can see how they were all happy to be here. They're primed and ready, focused on that second race, which is always good. Yes, it's been a long day. Yes, I'm sure they're probably tired because it is a fast lap, but it was an incredible little fight at the beginning of this one. All karts that started it did finish, which is always a nice stat to call out. But for the rest of the field, it was an exciting start. Umar held on to the lead. It was really good. Zadasic's start, not the one he wanted. You see that outside line really struggling. You can see how he lost out massively there. Michael Vino got through, Edward Noon, Wibwo got through in those early stages. And it was that start that got him to the front of the grid. Held on to it for a fair few laps, but Shabilumar did go for that race lead back. He got that move down the inside. Wibwo was quick to retaliate to it. This huge lunge down the inside at turn number 4. Watch this, though. Finding an impossible gap down the inside was Shabilumar. Not able to capitalize on it, though. It was a photo finish. You could see the disappointment there on Umar, but the only thing you can take away is that he's still starting it on pole position for that final later on today. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. You can catch that final live at 4 o'clock today, local time. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. Senior qualifying Heat 2 will be the next one to head out onto the circuit for their last qualifying heat of the day. That was also a very exciting race that we saw. Unfortunate penalties go out, unfortunately, to a couple of drivers. But again, before we head over to that race, we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Coming up next, it is Senior OKN. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One more race to go before the finals that'll be coming out later on this evening. The seniors will be the next ones out onto the circuit. Let's take a look back at what happened in qualifying Heat 1 for them. Marcus Shilkunas taking that win ahead of Shun Sakaguchi and Vanessa Shilkaneto. Was Jamie Ambrose, who originally finished in third, but an unfortunate 5-second time penalty was given to Jamie Ambrose. And that put him down to 4th place. You can see the next race is about 5.5 minutes away before we then head into the finals. Junior, mini and senior. They'll be the longest races of the weekend for them, and be very taxing on the drivers to hopefully get to the very end of that one. And like you say, chatting to all of them in the break was, how are you feeling? Tired was the main answer that I got from most of them. It certainly is a demanding circuit for them here in Macau. But we look forward to seeing what is going to be happening in that final. We've already had some very exciting second qualifying heats. But like you say, the seniors earlier on was quite the adventure. Battles all the way throughout it. But yes, indeed, we look forward to seeing if they're going to repeat that process or whether or not it'll be just that little bit calmer. But of course, after a very good qualifying, it will still be Shun Sakaguchi on the front row of the grid. Pole position for him on this one from Japan. Jamie Ambrose, once again, is on that front row of the grid from time qualifying. So despite that penalty that he got earlier on, still inherits that front row start because it comes from that time qualifying earlier on in the day. Marcus Shilkunas, Vanessa Shilkaneto still locking out that second row of the grid. It was that start, it was that inside row from Marcus Shilkunas that saw the dramatic start to the race, that incredible lunge to the inside to see if he could get that P1 from the word go.
unfortunately couldn't get that move done, had to settle back into the field a little bit earlier on in that race, and then started a chain reaction of racing, of battling out there for the seniors. So quite an exciting race earlier on. Will we see a similar story in this next one? Other drivers, you can see them getting primed and ready to go for this one. They can see the 2-1-1 now just coming into shot. Idomi just getting ready to head into his kart. A challenge race for him earlier on for the 2-1-1. 2 places deficit, dropped him down to 7th place, but still a strong performance nonetheless. There is the 202 machine of Paco Sarmiento, and he's again had a relatively decent race. There on your screen is Warapong Ian Vichan. He's getting his gloves on, getting himself primed and ready. Alonso Lacambra there, helmet going on. Tough day he's had so far today. Struggled in that first qualifying heat, and unfortunately one of many retirements in that one. Josh Feng, we lost in that one. Yu Haoji and Jerry Shi as well were also retirements in that first race, and you can see them here starting at the back of the grid. This is of course where they qualified, but yeah, again, not the strongest race for them in that first one. Hopefully this time around though, a much better result for them. There on your screen is the 206 machine. That is Yu Haoji, one of the retirements in that first race. The only thing they can take away is that their tyres should be a lot fresher for this race. They did not do a full heat earlier on, only did the one. Thumbs up there on your screens for Josh Feng. He wants that good result in this one, and again, we had a close look at those tyres. They look very fresh. They've only done qualifying and a formation lap and half of a first lap, so they should be in a much fresher state than the rest of the karts. They can see the 201. This is Sera Kojima's kart, and the tyres are still in an excellent condition here, because yes, these tyres can usually do an entire day and heats and everything like this. So the fact they're only needing to do 2 races on there, still the LeConte tyres are still in a very good condition, but just those drivers at the back will have just ever so slightly fresher tyres. It may give them an advantage in this race. Vanessa Shilkaneta there on your screen, the 213, promoted to 3rd after a penalty, unfortunately for this young man here, Jamie Ambrose, dropping to P4 in that first race, but still a solid result and solid race that he had earlier on as well. There's the 203 machine. The pole sitter, Shun Sakaguchi of Japan. The kart looking immaculate here. The brand new sticker kit, the brand new karts prepared by the Kart Republic team ahead of the arrival of the drivers here, provided then to their mechanics, and then their mechanics take over looking after the machines over the course of the racing, with the support, of course, of Kart Republic, who are here in force and have done a great job. And the same story can be said for Paralyn team as well. They're doing exactly the same for the Mini 60 category, but it's a great outfit, and of course the support from IAMI as well, providing those IAMI OKN engines to the drivers. Not long to go for this qualifying heat, and again, it was quite the feisty race we saw earlier on in the seniors. I am expecting a similar story on this one. Will we see elbows out? Will we see a fight for pole position for that final? We're about to find out. Green flag hoisted in the air. We wait for it to wave. It goes now, and we're going to be racing. It is OKN Senior. It's qualifying heat 2 that makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Shun Sakaguchi back on pole position after putting it there in the morning half of the day. Can he come away with a qualifying heat win? Jamie Ambrose on that front row of the grid alongside him. Marcus Shilkunis and Vanessa Shilkaneta. It's a brother-sister duo on row number 2. Miji Lang and Sera Kojima go from row number 3. There we'll see Josh Feng and Paco Sarmiento on row number 4. Warapong, Ian Vichan and Yu Haoji go from row number 5. They'll see Alonso Lacambra and Jerry Shi on row number 6. Zhang Jiyu and Enrique Borges goes from row number 7 as we get ready for this race. Looks like Josh Feng had a bit of trouble getting going in this race. It looks like he started now, which is good.
but certainly not the start of this one that he would have wanted. But let's see if he can recover in this one. Outlap completed. The drivers go on to their formation lap now. As the sun begins to that big puff of smoke there out of one of the karts. Had a sign of maybe some troubles there, but we'll have to wait and see. Because they are still going, which is good. And it may just be as they power out of the corner there as the engine's quite cold at the start of this one. Field looks ready to go here. Sekiguchi, Ambrose on that front row of the grid. Everyone else here priming themselves ready to start this race. Certainly a dramatic one, which saw a 2-for-1 overtake in that first qualifying heat from Marcus Shilkunis to take that qualifying heat win. Could he do the same in this one? We are moments away from finding out as the field heads through the final corner into the tram lines. It's OKN Senior, it's the Academy Program, it's here in Macau, it's lights out and fights on towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start. Sekiguchi sideways into turn 1, holds onto it and straight away, wide off the circuit, nearly into the barriers, was one into the background there, but he manages to keep it on the straight and narrow, and the racing is away here down in towards turn number 3, through the flat out corner, into the braking zone, a turn 5, 3 wide in the mid-pack there, everyone pushing through, and a spin in the background. Who's gone round? Is that Sarah Kojima? I think it is the 201. The young lady from Japan is out of this race. She'll have the one attempt to get it started. No, she's already off the circuit. Race is over for Sarah Kojima, and that is disastrous. For the rest of the field, it's all about to kick off though. 12 laps ahead of them as they cross the line. It's Sekiguchi from Mi Jilang, who holds on to second place at a lightning start here. Has Mi Jilang. That's an incredible start to this race for the 211. We'll keep it going as they push through. Shilkunis holding on to third. Shilkanata there in fourth. Sarmiento has got up into fifth place. Some big, significant moves here from the start of this race. And still just that one retirement. So, Inomi holding on to second place and pushing through the rest of the field here. Look at the lead here for Sekiguchi. Incredible stuff here. Now, where is Jamie Ambrose now? He's tumbled down the order on this one. Ambrose is down to 7th place. Now, he's just got past Imvichan. That's a good move, and this is a good move as well. Shilkunis down the inside of Inomi in towards the hairpin. He's got that move done, and what a time for Sekiguchi to set the fastest lap of the race. Vanessa Shilkanata, anything you can do, I can do better, she says, and also gets that move done. That's Inomi now, a good start to his race, but back down to P4 here, but still on a one-place gain. Now, with the 2 release in the background as Paco Sarmiento, I think, has had a bit of a trouble on that one. He's tumbled down to 9th place in this one. So as he just struggled a little bit in that mid-pack, you can see them crossing the line now. This is 5th place onwards. Ian Vichan is the leader of that group. Ambrose is just behind him. Ambrose is alongside him. Ambrose is ahead of him through the hairpin. And that's a nice overtake there, and immediately communicates with him to say, come on, think, look at the gap we've got to work together, we've got to close it. But it doesn't help when Ambrose goes defensive there. So Ambrose defensive, he felt like there was going to be an attack, and to be fair to him, there was. And they keep chopping and changing now, but this is all just kicking off here. And once again, look at this, Alonso Lacambra now finding his rhythm here at the circuits. Had a tough start to his racing. Spun out and crashed into the wall in qualifying, had the same fate in qualifying heat 1, but those tyres are where he wants them to be. Ambrose to the inside at turn 1, takes that spot away. Lacambra tries to follow through, but can't quite do it, stays behind. Imvichan still there as well, as Vanessa Shilkanata sets the fastest lap of the race, is closing in on her brother right now, as the Shilkunis family tries to close in. So we're taking on Shun Sekiguchi, who is in the lead of this race. The eyes focusing on this one. Look at this now. Lacambra fighting away with Ian Vichan. And look at them here going tooth and nail. And that's Lacambra back down the inside of Ambrose. And Jamie Ambrose now is in a spot of bother here. Keeps trying to break away from this fight, but keeps finding himself in a battle. And Ian Vichan now all over that rear bumper. Looks to the inside here, in towards the hairpin, but cannot find the gap to get through. Slots back into 7th place, and immediately again is pointing the drivers ahead. He's got Josh Feng just behind him right now, and he's saying to him again that we need to work together to try and close in. They're not really close enough together to really do any damage on the drivers up ahead, but still, it's good practice to get those communication skills in. Of course, there's no radio communication, it's all hand signals that these drivers can do between these drivers. Same in terms of the mechanics. Oaks there. Look at this now. Lacambra under pressure from Ambrose once more. Ambrose to the inside at turn number 1. Very fast corner there. Just finds his way through. And as quickly as one overtake happens, another one nearly happens there. I thought Ian Vichan there was going for that move. Shilkunas now with the fastest lap of the race. Now that battle's still raging on, but the gaps are pretty open between them. Now Sekiguchi has got a 1 second lead between himself and Marcus Shilkunas, but Shilkunas took a staggering 0.2 of a second out of Sekiguchi on that previous lap. This is that fight. Now it's still calm for the moment. Sekiguchi is in control of this one, but that's another 1/10 of a second taken out. Another fastest lap of the race. It's a 46.000 right on the dot for Marcus Shilkunas. And it's closing in. And Inomi here also seemingly closing in on Vanessa Shilkaneta. They both got past earlier on. Unable to do anything with this right now, so still in control. Field just behind. Again, battles further behind, still raging on. The Ambrose Vichan battle. Lacambra still fighting away, and I think there's been drama out there because Wadapong, Ian Vichan and Josh Feng have just tumbled down a fair few places there, and the drivers now circulating in 9th and 10th place. Might be in a spot of bother here. They continue their trend, but they've a significant distance behind these 4 drivers up ahead. And crucially as well, Jamie Ambrose now has cleared that backpack. This is that fight that's going on just in the background. And look at this, they're giving us a good show here. Yuao Shi fighting there with Zhang, and he's pushed himself through here. All these drivers up places here right now. This is an incredible drive that we are seeing. Zhang Ziyu up a good spell of places here, and as soon as one happens, another position is taken away. All the meanwhile, everyone pushes forward as much as they can. Paco Sarmiento still holding firm at the back of that group. Then you have the likes of Jerry Shi and Enrique Borges is pushing his way up in this one. Some good pace improvements for him over the course of this weekend as he continues to find that pace side by side. Inside, Sarmiento looks for it at turn number 3. Nicely done here as that's Lacambra under pressure. And has he lost out on that one? I think he has. And that is now Yuao Shi up into 6th place now as they continue to push on the remainder of this race. But the race leaders are already heading down in towards hairpin number 1 at turn 2. You can see how that battle has broken away from the rest. Gap for the front runners, Sekiguchi and Shilkunas, is 0.8 of a second. This is Vanessa Shilkaneta, you can see on your screen, still being chased down by Inomi, who is trying to get involved in this fight. But again, they're holding firm. Big gaps between the 2 of them. Shilkunas is still pushing it. A purple in sector number 2, trying to find the pace right now, but Sekiguchi is looking to try and take away the pole position spot for the final. Shilkunas, despite that win earlier on, he was out-qualified this morning from Shun Sekiguchi, and because they're joint on points, it means he would take the pole position for the final later on. Japan still looking strong here, but Marcus Shilkunas is pushing as hard as he can. He closes the gap to 0.7 of a second. It's a 45.951, but the gap is just not responding to him. He cannot close in on Sekiguchi. He has done a brilliant job here to try and close in, as I think we have had another retirement. I think I just saw the stricken cart there of Enrique Borges. But out of the final corner, checkered flag is out. Shun Sekiguchi will see it. Japan takes pole position for the final later on today. Marcus Shilkunas, despite his best efforts, will settle for a front row start. Vanessa Shilkaneta finishes third, will promote herself to third in the final. That's all provisional, of course, from a very strong race there from Inomi, who crosses the line and holds on to fourth place. Jamie Ambrose from Yuhashi in sixth place. Paco Sarmiento holds on to seventh from Warapong. Ian Vichan, who holds on to P8. Alonso Lacambra, still a good run in that one. Ninth place with 2 places gained. And the rest of the field there pushing through on your screen. Josh Fren, Gina Zheng having good races as well. They lock out the top 11. Jerry G with a 12th place finish. The 2 retirements, I thought I saw a stricken cut there in the gravel trap at turn number 8. It was Enrique Borges' cart. Unfortunately, the 215 retiring with just 2 laps to go. And Sarah Kojima at the start of that race, an unfortunate retirement on that opening lap. But for Shun Sekiguchi, that is a pole position start for the final. Good results in those qualifying heats have put him exactly where he wants to be. Pole position for that final later on today as cleanup operation is underway. Let's have a look at what happened in those first qualifying heats. And for the seniors here, certainly another dramatic start for many drivers. But here, for all of them, one job only, to push forward. And for some of them, they were able to do that. For others, a little bit of a challenge for them, especially for that young lady there, Sarah Kojima, the first retirement in that race, unfortunately, and we'll see how that unfolded in a moment. There you can see the grid heading out. Spirits were high for the seniors here in Macau as they went for their racing over the line. Still an excellent start there for Sekiguchi, able to hold on to that line. You can see those early dramas there. One driver way off in the background, nearly colliding with the barriers, able to keep it on the track. This moment here, an unfortunate spin for Sarah Kojima, unfortunately out of the race. Yellow flags waving. Marshall's quickly on the scene to assist, which is good to see, but unfortunately that was her second race out. There was a very taxing moment. We missed that earlier on. 2 of the drivers just getting caught out. I think that was there Alonso Lacambra, who was just getting a moment in, and you can see how that really kick-started an incredible battle in the background there, which allowed the race leaders to disappear down the road. The top 4 were clear by a fair few seconds. There were about 6 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Checker flag would go out. Shun Sekiguchi had done enough there to put it on pole position here for the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix for the champions of the future Academy Program. The first day of racing here on Saturday. The first finals coming up very, very soon. Later on today in around 35-minute time. It will be the juniors, the minis and the seniors. You can catch up on all those results as well. You can catch it live. Don't miss it. From myself, Anthony Jordan, we'll see you in around 30 minutes time. You don't go anywhere.
High above the Pearl River Delta, the skyline of Macau rises in sharp relief against the humid southern Chinese sky. Glass, steel and neon tower over the city that truly never sleeps, and crowned by that unmistakable silhouette of the Macau Tower. This is Macau. A motorsport here is not a sideshow, it is the main event. And here right now is the main event, the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix Champions of the Future Academy Program finals are upon us. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box to take you through all of the last 3 races for the day here at this fabulous 1.2 kilometer circuit in what can only be described as downtown Macau, surrounded by sky rises all the way around. It's a clockwise circuit, 10 turns, ferociously fast and incredibly demanding on a driver. We have had so far 6 races over the course of the day, the 2 qualifying heats per class for Mini, Junior and Senior, and now we go into the finals. 3 finals to go, starting with the juniors, the minis, and then the seniors. They'll be starting in around 8 minutes time or so. They'll be heading out onto the circuit. And all these positions that you're about to see now are an accumulative of what they have done in their qualifying heats earlier on today. They've put those points together. Gives us a grid position for this final. And for some drivers, they've moved up. Some drivers have moved down. Some drivers have stayed in place from where they started from today's qualifying session. The biggest story is, though, the drivers moving forward in this one. Jay Kostecki and Axel Nocom now moving up the order, and they've taken over the front row of the grid for this one. The pole sitter from this morning, John Han, demoted to 3rd, but still in a really strong position ahead of this final. But they'll be heading out onto the circuit very, very soon, of course, walking out onto the track to see who will be crowned the victor at the end of the day and the first final of the weekend. And again, remember, you may be thinking, well, that's the end of the weekend. It certainly isn't. Tomorrow is a brand new day. They repeat it all. So a brand new qualifying heats, and a brand new final as well. And the accumulative points from both of those finals gives us our overall winner of the weekend. And there's a nice trophy up for grabs for the drivers as well. So quite a good show for them, but we'll just have to wait and see how it all transpires. These next races will be the longest these drivers do over the course of the weekend. For the juniors earlier on, it was 9-lap races. They are now stepped up to 15 laps. That's a significant increase of laps. It's the same for the minis. They now go up to 13 laps for their final, and then the seniors are staggering at 16 laps for the seniors to contend with over the course of that race. So looking forward to seeing how that will go. Drivers will be heading out to the circuit in the next 2 minutes time or so. Certainly will be an exciting one. In that time, let's quickly run through what happened earlier on today. There was some moments for some drivers, but still good results nonetheless. Now, Kostecki and Nocom, they had similar results in both their races. For Kostecki, it was 2 race wins, so that's put him on pole position for this one. For Axel Nocom, 2 second places. That puts him P2 for this one. Now, there was a challenge with the qualifying. That shakes things around. Some drivers have joined on points. For John Hand, 2 third places, puts him back to 3rd place. And for everyone else, they've shuffled just that little bit. The biggest mover in this race, you definitely have to look to the 3rd row of the grid for this final. The entrant from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong, as well. Big step up in the order. Great results in his first races, a P5 and a P4. Will now see him push up to a 3rd row start. I think he was starting his races earlier on in the qualifying heats in 11th place. Now he's starting on the inside of row number 3. There is the grid. They get the go-ahead to head out onto the circuit to start their formation for all of this racing. For these drivers, the first final of the weekend, it comes up early. You know, they get the 1 day of free practice. They get the morning today of getting things squared away. but they know that the finals come up first thing, and that's what makes it such a challenge for them. They've got to get into that final mentality sooner rather than later. They don't have time to waste around. It's always action, 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 because tomorrow is another brand new day. They've got to do it all over again. So it's all about getting the job done straight away here in the Champions of the Future Academy program, and that makes it certainly quite the challenge for the drivers. But as you see, still smiles all around for the mechanics and the drivers as they head out onto the grid. It is warm out there, 23 degrees, the sun is shining, but like we say, it's, well, winter time here, and it's 23 degrees. It's absolutely delightful, I think, from us, because back home in the UK, I think it's around -3 degrees. So this is a nice change in temperature for us here in Macau. But for these drivers here, they are focusing on one thing and one thing only, and that is getting these karts to the very end of the race. Like we said, this grid has changed a little bit from qualifying this morning. Like we're saying, some drivers have gone upwards, some drivers have gone backwards a little bit in this one, and some of those drivers who have gone backwards, unfortunately, Sweden's Benjamin Paulsen had a very tough run in those qualifying heats. Some unfortunate post-race penalties have put him back to 12th place on the grid for this one, but still can't be too disheartened. We have seen drivers push their way forward, and one of those in this race, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, was Mason Kwong. But there, on your screen, Jay Kostecki from Australia certainly will be the one to watch in this one. 2 race wins, has put himself on that pole position spot. On the front row, joining him, Axel Nocom as well. Great consistency over the course of the day with those 2 P2s on the front row of the grid. John Hand, pole sitter from this morning, here now on the 3rd row of the grid. Will have a bit of work, but crucially has that inside line going into turn 1. Brandon Ing there as well, consistent results and never outside the top 5. Here on your screen as well, Mason Kwong, biggest mover so far over the course of today. P5 and a P6, he stepped up nicely through the field. Takeru Simbashi there of Japan, also some consistent results. 7th and a 6th. The rest of the field here already seated, primed and ready to go. There is Advan Aral Warren seated and ready to go. Just about to hop in is Wujin Cheng, who's about to also take a seat here as well. Also waiting to get in. Chris Deng also some strong results throughout in this one, but did suffer with a post-race penalty in that first race. Alex Yu as well, he is seated, ready to go with the rest of the field here. Nadal in Japan now will have a chance of starting on the inside row. He's at the outside line for the majority of the morning. Now he's got the chance to start it on the inside. Benjamin Paulsen here as well. Some work to do for the entrant from Sweden. Yu Ming-hee as well, also some work to do for the back of the grid, but still focused and ready to go. It's a calm and controlled grid here for the juniors, but they have been providing quite the show for us. Last words of encouragement going out there to the drivers as they prime themselves ready to go for this one, their longest race of the weekend so far. 15 laps now, 18-kilometer race distance for them around a circuit that is testing in the best of times. And right now, with the hottest conditions we've had so far this weekend and the longest race they will have so far this weekend, this will be a true test of endurance. Despite the fact that this is still a sprint race for them, it's going to feel like a 24-hour endurance race, I'm sure, for them. But there, they are all seated, ready to go now. In your front row, Kostecki and Axel Nocom, certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do. But my eyes are going to be focused still on that driver sitting on the 3rd row of the grid, Mason Kwong. He's been the biggest mover so far on the grid. Now he's starting a lot higher up than what he did earlier on today. Could he jump up those 5 places and get into the race lead here? That is the ultimate question. We are just going to have to wait and see with the field now ready to go. Seconds to go before we see them go, and there they are now. They get the call, and it's OKN Junior. It is the final as engines fire up. Field makes their way out onto the track. Let's quickly
fire you through that full starting lineup as they all do get away. Jake Kostecki and Axel Nocom, front row of the grid. John Han and Brandon Ing on row number 2. Mason Kwong and Taraku Shimbasi go from row number 3. They will have Advan Warren and Windu Cheng on row number 4. Chris Deng and Alex Yu go from row number 5 with Nadal Imjapanya and Benjamin Paulson on row 6. Yu Minghee going from row number 7, 13th on the grid as well. We saw some tough results for some of these drivers earlier on, but that was then, and this is now their last race of the day before they do it all again tomorrow with, like we mentioned earlier on, a brand new qualifying heats and, of course, that final as well. There is the pit wall, the mechanics all lined up ready to see the start of this one. They'll be assisting their drivers as much as they can with various hand signals to help them out over the course of this race. Right now, it's all down to one thing and one thing only, and like I mentioned earlier on, it's just get this kart to the very end of this race. But still some work to be done here for the juniors. The weekend is not over yet. Medals up for grabs at the end of this one. Trophies and medals up for grabs at the end of tomorrow. Question still remains, who will be crowned the Champions of the Future Academy Program winner here in Macau? We are moments away from finding out. Could it be Jake Kostecki? Could it be Axel Nocom? Or could it be any one of the drivers in this grid? It has certainly been a challenge for all of them. For John Han, the pole sitter, demoted to 3rd for this final, but still the pace is there. Could Brandon Ing do something from the outside of row number 2? Or could it be Mason Kwong, the man who's pushed throughout this race and has delivered to start it on the 3rd row of the grid? We're moments away from finding out. It's OKN Junior. It's the final here in Macau. As they enter the tram lines, it's lights out, fights on in Macau, and it's a great start for the inside row. Kostecki holds on to it. Axel Nocom immediately switches to the inside, slots into that 2nd place spot, and looks to the inside on the exit. A little bit of bumping and barging, but it's all good for the front runners. Hand signals coming in galore throughout the middle pack there. Everyone pushing forward. Chris Deng, but there, loose is Jake Kostecki, and down the inside goes Axel Nocom. He sends it into the race lead here, and it's Nocom who leads the way. Kostecki is fallen back into the pack, and now the field all slither their way through that chicane on the opening lap. Look at the lead that Nocom has got already. He has driven away from the rest of the field, and this is exactly what he's done over the course of this morning section. It's Nocom who leads. Brandon Ing is there in 2nd. Kostecki is 3rd. He looks over the shoulder. He sees Mason Kwong is there. He's already on a 1-place gain. And now Shimbashi's there. John Han, Woojin Cheng all there as well. Chris Deng down the inside. Big lunge in towards turn 3. And that's a smart overtake there in the background. Kostecki on the charge here, pushing through. And that is beautifully done. But can the fight go on to the very end here? We have to wait and see, because now Mason Kwong is there in 3rd place. He has got the move done on Brandon Ing, as the fighting's still going on there. Shimbashi trying to get involved in the fights right now. But all these drivers are trying to do one thing and one thing only, and that is close in to the drivers up ahead. Shimbashi has tumbled down the order on that one. He's dropped all the way down to 9th place. Rest of the field here, Nocom's lead, 0.8 of a second. Kostecki now is starting to reel in. Fastest lap of the race. This is what he's been doing in every single race so far. Yes, he doesn't get the starts he may want, but then it kicks into life throughout the race. And Jake Kostecki is purple once again in sector 1 and 2 after just setting the fastest lap of the race. He's gonna do it again. The gap's already down to 0.5 of a second. Mason Kwong is holding on to 3rd place, but right now he's got Brandon Ing, John Han, Woojin Chen all over the rear bumper as they make their way through to the inside. There is that John Han on the charge, I think it is, down the inside of Brandon Ing, and they're all still fighting here in towards the 1st hairpin. Out they go, still wheel-to-wheel battles here. Look at them, 3 wide into turn 3, surely not, as they all go through. Brandon Ing is on the back foot here, but he is trying his hardest to dig in, and he has done just that. And as quickly as he lost 3, he's back fighting to claim them back once more. The fight at the front, though, is only down to 0.3 of a second. Look at them at the front. Nocom is under immense pressure from Kostecki. The race lead is up for grabs. Can Jay Kostecki take it away from him? Over the line they go. Look at these two now. P1, P2, as they fight down in towards the first hairpin. They disappear from view. There's 3rd and 4th, but still no change at the front. The front two stay line astern. Now, could they work together here? The answer's no. Immediately on the attack is Jay Kostecki. He utilises that fastest lap of the race and takes the lead away from Axel Nocom. The question is now, can Nocom retaliate here? Can he latch onto that rear bumper? Can he stick with Jay Kostecki? There's a long way to go in this race, and both of these drivers have pushed those tyres, those Leconte tyres, to the ragged edge here. But at this moment, we are just going to have to wait and see. Jay Kostecki now in the lead here, but he's not set the fastest lap of the race. Who went purple on that lap? It was Axel Nocom. Purple in sector number 3, and he is sticking with Jay Kostecki. He's not letting him get away, and that mistake there from Kostecki could put him in a world of bother here, because now right on the rear bumper is Nocom. Will Nocom retaliate? The answer's no. Stays behind and continues to fight for 2nd place. In the meanwhile, Mason Kwong is still holding on to 3rd place as these two continue to dance away. He's in a bit of a no man's land there. John Hand also trying to get involved in that fight. Brandon Ing is fighting still in the background. And he's just managed to get back up into 7th place here. So they've gone into a bit of a 2x2x2 formation right now with the field. Still very close there for 3rd place as well. Kwong and Han all over the rear bumper. You've got to think they've got to be working together, but it's not the case. John Han's looking to the inside of Mason Kwong there at the hairpin, and that is a change for 3rd place. John Han back up into 3rd place. Nocom is fighting here to try and get past, but no change between them, as, oh dear, has been drama for Jay Kostecki. Jay Kostecki is tumbling down the order. No, he's there, he's in the lead. Jay Kostecki's in the lead. Now, did he miss it? Yeah, he's got a transponder problem. That's what it is. So Kostecki is holding on, but he's got drama. I thought I saw Nocom's name go up to the top, but I saw he was still in 2nd place. So that threw me sideways a little bit. You can see here, his mechanic edging him along, but Nocom is pushing as hard as he can here. It's just these micro errors all the way around for both the drivers here. You can see how one of them can run a little wide here, a little bit of oversteer here and there. They're keeping the drivers behind at bay. The gap between these two, only 0.2 of a second. John Han now has cleared Mason Kwong, who is holding on to 4th. So can John Han close in on this fight? Now his pace just behind is just fractionally slower than these two. So you would like to think that he's closing in, but I just don't think it is the case. Gap 2.3. I suspect that gap's going to increase ever more. The drivers as well who have pushed up throughout this one. Still 3 places gained here for Chris Deng. He's moved up quite nicely in this one. The same for Alex Yu, also stepping up. Chris Deng with another position gain there, getting past Wu Jin Cheng. And that's a nice fight here. This fight's not over yet at the front. Look at this, Nocom fastest on that last lap. Really pushing it now is the driver from the Philippines, not allowing him to break away at all. Kostecki may have got into the lead here, but he has not been able to break away. We're lap 9 of 15 right now, still a way to go. This is where their race will have ended. We're into extra time here now in this final for the juniors. They've not experienced a race this long so far yet this weekend. It's the first time they'll be doing it. They've got to think of a new strategy here. Can they make this tyres last? They've got to keep the temps in a reasonable area. Remember, these are some fast corners here. These tyre temps can reach in excess of 100 degrees Celsius around some of the really fast corners. Really load it into the track here, but Kostecki retaliates with another fastest lap of the race. These two are literally dueling massively here. 46.375. but Nocom's retaliating again. Goes purple in sector number 2. These two are absolutely flying here. Just behind John Hahn. Yeah, the gap's not closing. It's still at 2.6, but he's still in a chance here. If these two start fighting again into this final sector of this race, we could see John Hahn close in on it. No overtakes in the back of the pack. Still a big group fighting for 6th place. Brandon Ing, Alex Yu, Advan Aral Warren still fighting away. Wudin Cheng there as well, and Tarako Shimbashi also in that fight, the same as Injapanya and Paulson. Yu Ming-hee still fighting in this race, currently circulating in 13th place. For these two here, it's just a case of waiting and seeing what happens. The gap 0.4 of a second, battling these sector times. Over the line they go, and again, it's still a change between the two. Nocom was fastest on that previous lap. Kostecki is fastest on this lap. They continue to swap fastest laps of this race, and confirmation of it there on your screen, 46.315. Kostecki continues to break away, but Nocom is still right there. These two absolutely glued to each other, but it's a case of who will break first. And there through that chicane, it looked like maybe a slight lift of oversteer for Kostecki, and it was, because down the inside goes Nocom. Another change to the lead. I thought there was a slight adjustment there of the steering wheel for Jay Kostecki, and it was. He lost huge amounts of time there, and Nocom streaks into the lead, and the gap is already 0.2 of a second, but Nocom makes a mistake now. He locks up under braking into the hairpin. He loses time, but there, Kostecki cannot retaliate to it. He stays behind. The gap only closes fractionally. But look at these two, completely locked into battle here. Nocom and Kostecki, line astern, John Hahn still holding on in the background. 2.5 seconds is his gap if they continue to fight, and they are fighting here. Nocom's defensive. Kostecki's all over the rear bumper again. Surely not, boys. You're going to lose the time here. John Hahn might have a chance of closing in. You can see him there in the background. He is tasting a potential P2 or P1 here. Look at Nocom, defensive line. Kostecki to the outside. He's going for the up and under, but it's not close enough. Nocom holds it out of the hairpin. Kostecki all over the rear bumper as they go through turn 3. Flat out through here into the braking zone again. Nocom tight on the inside. Kostecki might get the up and under once more in the sector. There's green flags out, there's yellow flags somewhere. Has someone fallen off the circuit? I think it might be Advan Aral Warren who's gone off the track somewhere. That's a big shame, our first retirement of the final. But this here, into the dying stages, is the fight we want. The gap now between John Hahn and the race lead is only 1.7 seconds. It's come down considerably. He is closing in onto this final lap. Nocom leads. Here comes Kostecki. He throws him the dummy. He tries to go the long way. It's the up and under. It's wheel to wheel, side by side, but no, Nocom slams the door closed and he holds on to the lead. Will he dive it here? The answer's yes. Nocom defensive. The up and under again. The two nearly colliding out of turn number 4 and into 5. It's line astern, and look at John Hahn. John Hahn is closing. The gap 1.5. This is all kicking off, but there's only one more corner to go, really. Nocom defensive. Here comes Kostecki. Here comes John Hahn. John Hahn tries it, but he can't. He's not close enough. And Kostecki makes contact. They're side by side. It's wheel to wheel. I have no idea. I don't know who's won it. Kostecki. Kostecki's taken it across the line. It's Jay Kostecki from Axel Nocom and John Hahn. What a final. What a race. But will that stay the same? Oh my goodness me. A run to the line for Jay Kostecki and Axel Nocom. It sees Kostecki take the final. On screen, 0.086 across the line. The timing needed a bit of time to catch up there when they crossed the line, but when it did, it confirmed it. Wheel to wheel action there.
for Kostecki and Nocom. But what a race that is. They enter into Parc Ferme. But that fight for the last remaining laps really brought in John Hahn, but unfortunately just wasn't close enough to take that result. He holds on to third, but still an incredible drive to the very end. What a race that was, and what a result that was indeed for this young man here, Jay Kostecki. A near perfect day for him. He didn't get pole in quali, but he did take two qualifying heat wins, and that final win by 0.08 of a second across the line. Smiles all around in the Kostecki camp, and there for Axel Nocom. Well, he's tried to say thank you to him, but I mean, I can imagine there's frustration there. You could see at the end of that race there was some little bit of bumping and barging, but let's have a look at the highlights from that one, because well, quite a few in it, and yeah, you can see how he looks back and sees it. But let's take a look at that final for these drivers, because what a final it was. And there you can see already for Jay Kostecki, thumbs up. He was ready to get that race underway. For Axel Nocom, he was ready for that fight as well, and Nocom managed to do exactly what he managed to do throughout this race. He was able to get those starts in. He was able to get into the lead early doors and open up a gap. But the race, being ever longer, was certainly a challenge for him over the line. This was that start. You can see immediately how Nocom switches to that inside line. He squeezes there. John Hahn takes that inside line away from him. This was the run down and towards turn 2 on that opening lap. You can see how they were just hugging that inside line, but just on the exit, you can see how Nocom tried to get alongside. Wasn't able to do so on the exit of turn 2 on this one. Had to wait a little bit later on in the lap. But there you could see how the gap had opened up considerably there. Later it closed in. I thought they were going to work together, but no. Kostecki to the inside, managed to squeeze his way through. A beautiful little overtake there, but then the fighting really raged on. This was it. A small lick of oversteer for Kostecki through the chicane. Put him into the clutches of Axel Nocom once again. Then it was just a two-kart fight to the end until later, of course, all this fighting brought John Hahn into play. This was that moment. John Hahn, look at this, down the inside, trying ever so hard to get into second place. But it's this moment here, the bump into the back, out of the final corner. And will Nocom be saying, hey, he pushed me out the way? But that is something that they will talk about, I'm sure, if they want to. But that is certainly a result for Jay Kostecki. 2 wins in those qualifying heats, and then the final win, and the smiles all around. They are super happy with that one. What an end to the day for the OKN Junior category. 2 more finals to go. Minis coming up next. It's around 11 minutes time, so we've got a bit of time to wait for that one. That mini final due to start at 4 o'clock. But let's see what happens, of course. Yeah, looking at all of this. But that's right now, 10 minutes until that mini final. Senior final, of course, at 4:30. And then those podiums at hopefully 5 o'clock. And we'll get those out there to you. Rest of the results in that junior as well. Go over those quickly. Mason Kwong held on to 4th place. Still a very good run in that one. Chris Deng, great race there as well. 4 places gained to finish in P5. Brandon Ing finishing in 6th place ahead of Wu Jincheng. And Yu Mingyun as well. Alex Yu finishing in 8th place. Tanaka Shimbasi finishing in 9th from Nadal in Japan. Benjamin Paulson, Yu Mingyi rounding out the 12 finishers. The one retirement, fortunately, Indonesia's Advan Ural Warren, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. And you can see those karts now just being recovered there off the track. But like we were saying, that mini final will be coming up in a few moments' time, where we will see all the drivers pushing as hard as they can. And again, it's been quite the race day for the Minis. We've not had one winner throughout it like we did in the juniors. We've had two individual winners in the form of Shabilumar Basalama, who took the win in the first one, and then we saw Mohamed Wibro take the win in the second race, which has certainly made it a very interesting front row start, but only one of them can win that final, and that is only a few moments away from starting. Other drivers as well will be looking to push their way forward as well. But again, still will be a challenge as the sun begins to get ever lower behind the building skyline here. As the Champions of the Future Academy Program nears a conclusion for the first day of racing here on Saturday before, like I say, it all gets repeated tomorrow as the field will once again go out for qualifying, those qualifying heats, and of course those finals. We'll be keeping an eye on all those results, of course, because the results here are all provisional for the time being until they head through stewards or scrutineering or anything like that. We'll get the full results later on today, and you can keep up to that as well. Just head to the Champions of the Future Academy Program website. You can search that in on any search engine, and I am sure you can keep up to date with all of the results like I can here in the commentary box. And so far we have only seen a handful of penalties, relatively clean racing over the course of the day so far, around quite a fast and technical circuit for the drivers, but certainly still a favourite among many. The one thing they have said throughout this race is, well, it's the fastest track we've ever been on. And certainly the average speeds for a lot of the drivers here well in excess of what they can achieve in certain tracks in the Middle East, in the UAE, or of course in Europe. So certainly a very dramatic circuit for them to go racing on this weekend. Other drivers, of course, in Mini 60 that we're looking forward to seeing what will happen here. Some drivers, again, have stepped up through that order. Some drivers have stepped backwards in this as well, like it always happens. But so many drivers here have stepped up in the Mini 60 category, and looking forward to seeing what they can do in this final in a moment's time. And again, if you are just joining us, welcome one and all from around the world. I'm sure Europe is waking up now. I think it's 5 to 9 in Europe. If I was at home, I'd certainly still be asleep, but I'm sure everyone else is probably starting to wake up now and having their breakfast. So good morning, everyone in Europe who is joining us live. And of course, you are still waiting to see two more finals that will be heading out to the track. You can see them there, mini final and senior final. And for anyone joining us for the first ever time, who is unaware what the Champions of the Future Academy Program is, well, it kind of says it on the tin. It is an academy. It's an arrive and drive concept. These drivers have arrived from multiple different countries from all over the world. Karts provided by Kart Republic for the juniors and seniors. The minis provided by Paralin. The engines as well by TM for the minis, and IAMI for the juniors and seniors. All you got to do is, well, bring in the entry form, bring a mechanic, bring a toolkit, bring your helmet and race suit, and your race license, of course, and off you go. You can go racing, and certainly a fantastic package provided for all of the teams here, and great to see what they can do over the course of this one. Minis are moments away from getting started. You can see them there lined up in the pre-grid area. Drivers have stepped forward, but someone who has put it on pole position is the man there from Indonesia, Shabilumar Basalama. Great run in the qualifying session, great one in the qualifying heats. A P1 and a P2 secures him a pole position for this one. The driver from Indonesia has certainly delivered. Mohamed Wibro as well, though, also a very strong performance. You can see his machine there, the 408. Also from Indonesia, primed and ready to go third and a win in the qualifying heats. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Two race winners in this final. Only one of them can take it there, the second row, Vino and Edward Noon. So very strong performances for them, second, fourth, third for Edward Noon. So he's only improved as it's gone on. They get the go-ahead as
as the field will make their way out onto the pre-grid. Certainly, again, a tense moment for them. Plenty of action has happened over the course of this. Some drivers going the wrong way, though, in these races. They've had to step up to get up to where they want to be in these finals. Other drivers, though, keeping a close eye on them as well. Have had consistent results. Max Adic as well. He qualified quite well, did Max, Thailand. 2 P6s for him. Have put him backwards just that little bit, but still focusing on the positives in that race. Consistent results, the same as Max Schilling as well. 2 7 places for him as he gets himself ready to go for this one as well. Rada Young also having some interesting races. They're just going through. Nice smiles all around for Sayaka Shimbashi as well. Looking forward to seeing what she can do in this race. Rest of the field there going through. Zhang Yuzhou as well there, just going through. And Zhao Ziwan as well, also getting themselves ready. They'll be starting this one at the back of the grid, but still focusing on those positives to try and push forward in this race. For the Minis as well, this is also their longest race of the weekend. They've gone from very low amount of laps now to 13 laps they've got out there. Effectively, their race distance has, well, doubled, I would say, for the Minis. Their race earlier on, only 7 laps. Now, or nearly doubled, I should say. Now up to 13 laps. So a much longer race distance. And for the Minis, they've... I wouldn't say that the right word is struggled. They've not struggled, but they have been enduring this track quite a lot. I was watching them on the first day in free practice, just watching them out on the circuit, and I've seen a lot of drivers who were just looking a little bit tired out of some of those corners. The necks were going a bit wide. They were leaning out of the seats a little bit, showcasing a bit of tiredness. And yeah, speaking to a lot of them, said, "How are you feeling?" And the one word they did say was, "Well, I'm tired." And it is quite a physical one for them. They are young drivers. The fastest they will have gone, of course. These karts, it's all about momentum, and you can really carry a lot of momentum around this circuit as they all prime themselves at ready to go. We saw the front row there, Basalama and Wibuo, they were priming themselves at ready to go. There is Michael Vino. As well, not had a race win so far here in Macau this weekend, but can he do it in this final? Edward Noon, we saw there briefly, also looking to see if he can break into the top 2, maybe even a final win here from the second row of the grid. Max Aritz there, getting himself ready, helmet going on. Albert Paulsen already seated and ready to go there, 5th and 8th of the driver from Denmark. There, Max Schilling getting himself ready. The 405 machine, 2 7 places, and again, looking forward to seeing what he can do. And starting alongside from Australia, Rada Jiang as well. A P12 and a P5 did suffer from a post-race penalty in that first qualifying heat, but he'll be forgetting about that now, be focusing on this final. There at your screen, Memphis Sherman, primed and ready, all seated as well. Very brief look there of Shiv Tamala of India as well. There is Aaron Akil in the 417, starting alongside Sayaka Simbasi, who was there seated in the 409 machine. There's the 411 of Zhao Ziyan as well, primed and ready. And over on the other side is Ashalako as well of the Philippines. And again, looking forward to seeing what he can do from that position of 14. Shotgun at the back of the grid, but certainly a contender in this one. Zhang Yuzhou as well. Keep a close eye on that white helmet, pushing through from the back of the field as the grid is getting ready to go. For all of them, this is going to be a long and challenging race, but the main thing we can take away is that they have had a fantastic first day of racing before they rest up tonight, and it's a full day of racing tomorrow morning. Qualifying practice, then qualifying, then of course those qualifying heats, and then a repeat of this final again. It's a long weekend for the Minis, but the one thing that they have said throughout all of it is that they have been enjoying themselves, and there is still smiles all around from all of the drivers in the paddock as they get ready to go racing in this one. It's an Indonesia front row lockout here with Basalama and Wibuo, who have had both a qualifying heat win so far this weekend. Can they continue that trend in this final? Will one of them take the win? Will both of them fall back? Could it be anyone from the back of the grid? There has been some drama, though, at the start of this race. 2 karts not starting. We'll find out who they are in a moment. Here's your grid. Shabil Umar Basalama on pole position. Mohamed Wibuo starting alongside. Michael Vino and Edward Noon go from row 2. They'll have Max Zadich and Albert Poulsen on row number 3. Max Schilling and Ryder Jeong on row number 4. They'll have Memphis Sherman and Shiv Tamala on row 5. Sakaya Shimbashi on row 6 was starting alongside Aaron Akil. Zhuan Zhao and Asher Lakau go from row number 7. And they'll have Zhang Yizhu on the 8th row of the grid. There is the kart that's not started. It's Singapore's entrant, Aaron Akil, who has not managed to get started. Now, they are telling them they've got to push it back a little further because, of course, they cannot come out from that immediate exit. They've got to go down the pit lane there. You can see it's all coned off there from the drivers to stop them rejoining there. Aaron Akil, though, I think has started to make his way out onto the circuit. Says he's going, but let's wait and see if he does clock up through that first sector. I hope the answer is yes. It'd be a shame to have a driver like, oh no, he's still there. He's still there. They're still working on the kart. And was that a chain problem or something? They're looking at the chain there. They're just checking if it's, well, I don't think it, how could it come off being stationary? But maybe it just broke as he tried to move away. Not too sure, but it looks like it's attached there. Quite an interesting one there for Aaron Akil. Crucially, though, he's not going to lose out in too many positions at the start of this one, but certainly not what he wants at the beginning of his final. Rest of the grid, though, gets themselves primed and ready as the sun starts to set here in Macau. Mini 60, the first final of the weekend into the tram lines. It's lights out, fights on, and once more it's a solid start for the inside row. Wibuo has not had the start there. He's dropped down to 4th place. The inside line has pushed through, so Basamala, Vino and Zadech have all pushed their way forward here and have immediately opened up a gap from the rest of the field. You can see the long train now pushing their way through, defensive in the background there as they push through. Edward Noon there defending his position, but he's lost out on a fair few there. Aaron Akil has not started this race. That's a huge shame. He's not clocking up on my screen. Disaster for the entrant from Singapore. Unable to get going in this race. Look at this, though. Down the inside, big movers happening here. Now, is that Max Zanich on the charge through this field here? We saw him have a really good start on that inside row. The entrant from Thailand certainly delivering here. Or was that Mohamed Wibuo fighting back in this race? Well, across the line they go. It is still Shabil Umar from Michael Vino. Max Schilling is on a great start. He's on a 4th-place gain, and he's in that top 3. Mohamed Wibuo has held on to 4th place now as they push their way through other drivers. Edward Noon's down there in 5th place. He's just lost out to Ryder Jeong as well, who's on a 3-place gain here. There's some big moves in the sharp end and big changes at the front as well. Is that Michael Vino going for the race lead there? I think it was, and it is. Michael Vino takes the lead. The 407 machine overtakes his fellow countryman as the 2 drivers from Indonesia try and break away from the battle behind as Schilling's under attack from Mohamed Wibuo, who has, I think, got his way through now. They are losing time there in 3rd place, and the gap immediately is opened up to nearly over a second now between the top 2 and that group behind. In fact, I can confirm it is over a second. It's 1.6. That overtake from Mohamed Wibuo. Yes, he's got himself into 3rd place, but he's lost a considerable amount of time to the leaders up ahead. Fighting just behind as well as that Poulsen trying to get the charge down the inside. It is indeed, and that is Albert Poulsen now pushing through that hairpin at turn number 2. Nicely done in the field, but again, long way to go in this race, and we've got a 2x2. The question is, who's going to be the faster 2x2? We'll have to wait and see as this race progresses. The battle for 5th place is on. Schilling is there now. Schilling's holding on to P5. Jeong is still there. Poulsen may have gained places. He's lost out on them again as this group continues to scrap. Now, they've got to be careful here. They don't want to lose too much time. They've got to focus on the bigger picture, and that bigger picture is closing in on those drivers ahead They don't want to start fighting. They want to be utilising that slipstream. But again, they're going for the overtakes down the inside at the hairpin. And each and every time they make an overtake like that, they do one thing and one thing only, and that is lose time to the drivers up ahead, and they continue to fight here. Poulsen again, Zaric all fighting away. They all want to lead that group. No one making a decision though, and the one thing they're doing is just falling backwards into the field. And then, meanwhile, this is your front two, Michael Vino and Shabil Umar hold on to the race lead here. That gap 1.9 seconds to Wibberow in third place. Well, Wibberow's lost his rear gunner here. Edward Noon has fallen off the back of him here, and that's not going to sit too well with, I think, Mohamed Wibberow. He needs another driver here to help him close in. These two are giving themselves the bump draft. They're giving themselves the toe. It's a faster way of going around. Remember, we saw this in time qualifying earlier today. You had Shabil Umar Basalama. He was fighting with his teammate actually in karting, which is Max Zaric, and they were working together, and they managed to get pole and second for these qualifying heats earlier on today. Unfortunately, now he's working with a fellow countryman here, with Michael Vino. They're doing the same thing they did in qualifying, just pushing themselves away here. I suspect we won't see an overtake here until the very end of the race, which is quite common in Mini 60. We do see this tactic get delivered quite often. Again, because like you say, it's all about momentum here. They are starting to get the picture in the background as well. Now Edward Noon has lost out to Rydish Young, and now that's for fourth place. Young's just set the fastest lap of the race as well, so could there be some momentum from that group just behind? Well, there certainly is some momentum, but in the wrong way. Schilling and Poulsen have just lost out on position, so has Shimbashi. They've lost out there in that last lap. That's allowed Max Zaric to really close in the background. You can see that fight closing in. Now, if Rydish Young can close into Mohamed Wibberow, if those two can work together, they could be able to close in that 2-second gap, but I just don't think it's going to happen here unless we see a very dramatic last few laps of this race. 2.2 seconds is enough of a battle buffer, as I like to call it, but again, they don't want to be fighting with like 4 laps to go. They need to kind of wait until they've got 1 lap left. If they start fighting too soon, they may invite Wibberow and Jiang as well along for the fight, as well as Edward Noon. They could all get a chance of closing in here. The drivers who have had good ones as well, Zhao Jian as well has gained 3 places and is up into 10th place also. So some good running throughout that field, but there's been a genuine theme of drivers just losing on 1 position in this one with such big movers through the field. It's Rydish Young is certainly the driver that we're going to keep a close eye on, and he's already made that move up for 3rd place now, so he's got past Wibberow. There you can see confirmation of it. Now, could we see those two work together? 2.6 seconds is the gap. Can they close in on these two? Looking at the sector times here, obviously that overtake's just happened at sector 1, so they're going to have lost out on a bit of time here, but they are slightly faster through the 2nd sector of the trio behind these two leading the way. So again, it's a long shot here, but the gap's 2.6. It stays at 2.6 there. It fractionally comes down. Talking milliseconds right now that came down, but you can see how now they've been consistent there for 3rd and 4th place. They've got into a rhythm now. Gap 2.64, they'll cross over the sector 2.5. It's working. They're now starting to close the gap. And of course, if the two in front start fighting into this last stage, we will see that close in. But it's just a case of waiting and seeing. It's all about consistency in racing, and especially in the Mini 60 category. You've got to be so smooth with these karts. You've got to keep the speed up. You don't want to lose the back end. You don't want to bog down. You don't want to over-brake into a corner. You just need to carry that speed throughout all of it. I actually say it's probably the hardest class to learn here, especially because the driving style is so different in Mini 60. Compare that to a junior and senior, because here they don't have the power to get themselves out of the mistake. You get that power in junior and you get it in senior, but not here. You lose the back end, you lose a considerable amount of time. And right now, we're not seeing that here, but the gap still closing. 2.4 seconds is the gap between these two and the two behind. But the rate it's closing here, it's not enough, but clearly you can see it working because purple sector 1, Mohamed Wibwo in P4, clearly showcasing that the two behind are faster than these two in the lead, except the gap that they've got is still considerable. It's 2.3 seconds is the gap across the line. It's now 2.8. So this is very consistent, but Wibwo has just started fighting again. They were closing in, but I think they've realized with the time they've got left, it's just not enough time. Wibwo back into third, back in the podium spots here, as they're now going to fight. You would think they could have waited for these two to start scrapping away, but they've just not done that at this moment. I had a feeling they were going to wait until that very last lap, and that's exactly what's happened here. It's actually a really smart drive from these two. You know, they don't want to put themselves at risk of falling into that pack. Yes, they could have done, but the two Indonesians here have done a brilliant job. Mohamed Wibwo is going to try and close in on this one, but again, fighting with Ryder Jeong, and that's kept Edward Noon into this fight. So this is the fight for the last spot on the podium here. We're still yet to see an attack from Sabilamar Basalama in second place. He is not going for it yet. You can see the communication there. Ryder Jeong back into third place. He says, please think, look at those two ahead. They're going to start fighting. We might be able to close in. But at this moment, that plan is not going to work out, and I think the drivers behind know it. They're continuing to fight here. Is that Wibwo back down the inside? It is. So Wibwo back into third place in the background here. We wait to see where this lunge is going to happen. The last lap board is going to be out this time to the Mini 60 class. Surely we're going to see something here. Basalama is going to try to get a move down the inside. They look over the shoulder. Defensive goes Michael Vino. And now Basalama goes to the outside, but he's made the mistake. He wasn't able to get that kart turned in. It understeered through the corner. He lost so much momentum there. And that gap that he had of only less than a tenth has opened to 3/10 here. Wibwo is still there in third place. Could it be an all-Indonesian podium here in Macau with Michael Vino, Sabilamar and Mohamed Wibwo? 1, 2, 3 at this moment, but I think it's all done and dusted in Mini 60. Michael Vino gains 2 places from the second row of the grid. It was a tough start, but it's a P1 in the final. Michael Vino wins in Macau, the first final of the weekend. He claims it. Basalama finishes in second from Zadic, who recovers to third. Look at that for Max Zadic. He gains 2 places. He squeezes it back onto the podium at the very end of that one. Ryder Jeong just off the podium. P4 from Mohamed Wibwo. It wasn't to be an all-Indonesian podium here in Macau. Mohamed Wibwo, who had a great set of races earlier on, slots into P5 for that one. Edward Noon takes 6th from Max Schilling. Albert Paulson from Shiv Tamala. Memphis Sherman from Zhao Ziyuan as well. Sayaka Shimbasi from Asha Lakoy. And Zhang Yizhu round out the top 14. Unfortunately for Singapore and for Aaron Akil, he does not manage to start that final. A big shame for him. And devastating results. He will have to go into tomorrow with high hopes. And a wave to the camera there for Michael Vino, who wins here in Macau. Superb drive there in the Mini 60s. Calm and controlled. Only the one attempt and the letter stage there from Shabilama Basalama, who tried to get that move done. Unfortunately, well, the kart just understeered there with the result. We'll have a look at the highlights. There weren't many from the front runners. They managed to stay calm at the front until that very last lap. But Mini 60 for their final certainly was amped up to be an exciting one. For one driver, though, it just wasn't meant to be. Aaron Akil, technical dramas for the young driver from Singapore. And unfortunately, no remedy for that kart. And unfortunately, he would not start that final. For the rest of the field then, with one driver missing, they would go to battle here in Macau as they entered those tram lines. Solid start for the field, and for the rest of them, heading down into hairpin number 1. You can see how drivers immediately were on the defensive on that inside line. You can see how Wibewo was looking to the inside there, but the outside line just did not get the start. Mohamed Wibewo, it was drama from that word go, as he had slotted back into the position. The two at the front, well, they drove away from the rest of the field. Michael Vino and Shabilama battled away, but to no avail, no overtakes between the two of them. This was that final lap moment here. You can see how he just goes in, and yeah, the back steps out, it understeers, he loses time there, does Shabilama, and he does not able to get that overtake done. And frustration kicks in over the line, but for Michael Vino, that's a solid result. 2 places gained, started third, stepped up into the race lead, and a small wave there. The job is done for today. It's not done for the weekend though for Mini 60. They've got a full day tomorrow as well, as they'll be back out for time qualifying heats, and of course that final tomorrow as well. We'll crown an overall race winner, but that has put Michael Vino on the top spot. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. One more final to go. It's seniors coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Academy program here in Macau. The first outing for the series here in Southeast Asia, and there's one more final to go. It's going to be out in about 10 minutes' time. We've got a bit of time to wait, as that's due to start at 4:30, but it's the last race of the day for the senior class, for all the classes here, as they make their way out on the circuit very, very soon. It has been a consistent run for the senior grid. Very controlled racing for them. We saw some dramatic racing in the first race, which saw a handful of penalties go out to 1 or 2 drivers, unfortunately. The second heat was a similar story. Some penalties are going out, unfortunately, to some of the drivers, but still strong results that had happened throughout it, basically putting us into a position where we see some very strong results for Shun Sakaguchi and Marcus in this one. And that does put him back a little bit in that order, but it's only on the second row of the grid for the final. So, again, we are expecting to see a strong race from him. Other drivers as well, challenging results of that one. Retirements in that previous race as well for qualifying heat 2 for the seniors. An unfortunate spin for Sarah Kojima that put her out of the race at the start. Again, crucially, the one benefit she'll get for this one, she will have fresher tyres going into that final. Enrique Borges as well also was a tough one, also a retirement. Didn't see what happened to him, though, in that race. He dropped or he dropped off with 2 laps to go, and I think maybe mechanical, maybe just dropping a wheel off the track, but certainly has put him backwards in the grid. Unfortunately, he'll start right at the back of the grid on this one, on the 7th row of the grid. But still, curious to see what will happen. There's been a constant fight at the front of this field. Shun Sakaguchi and Marko Shilkunas have certainly been at each other throughout this one. Japan versus Lithuania as they go to battle for one more time today before they all rinse and repeat tomorrow. Of course, sister of Marko Shilkunas, Vanessa Shilkaneta, on that 3rd place spot. Crucially, has had that spot throughout the entirety of today, and that is the inside row in towards turn 1. So again, expecting good things from that one. Jamie Ambrose will be starting this one on P4 on that 2nd row of the grid. So again, little bits of work to do, but again, not the end of the world there for the young Britons. So still some chance to get something done on this one. Very impressive race earlier on for Inomi as well from China, the 211 machine. Managed to step up quite nicely in that 2nd qualifying heat. Only a 1-position game, but was fighting at that sharp end, was able to get up into, I think, P2 in the early stages of that race for him. He battled back in this one. Same and similar story for Wadapong Ian Vichan as well. Strong results, 2-place gain in that 2nd heat, later on in that 1st heat as well. No gains in that one, stayed 9th, but still a strong performance throughout it. So curious to see what he can do in this one, starting in P6. So looking forward to seeing what will happen in that one. Other drivers as well, curious to see how they will get on. Paco Sarmiento as well, very challenging day today, but strong performance in the 1st race, did gain 1 place, stepped up into P6. The 2nd race, bit of a challenge for him. An unfortunate post-race penalty did drop him down to 12th place, but still, he did show a great performance out on track. So that's something that will be crucial to keep a very close eye on. But for all of these drivers here, it is just a case of, like we mentioned all the way throughout, just keep pushing throughout this early stage, keep fighting until the very end. It's still a long way to go. They've got, like you say, a full day tomorrow to see what they can do. And that's what we like, and that's what we love about this Academy Program format. They do get that 2nd chance. Compare it to a conventional karting weekend where you have qualifying right at the start. You have about 4 or 5 qualifying heats. You then go for super heats, and then you have the final, but it's one final before you then travel off, and you have to wait 4 weeks, and then you're back again for the round 2. For this one, you get effectively 2 rounds in one weekend. It means if it goes wrong the 1st day, not the end of the world. You can fight back the 2nd day. You can still come away with some silverware. So always a benefit to that one. There is your drivers waiting to head out onto the circuit. The sun low in the sky there. You can see Marko Shilkunas just chatting with his mechanic, very well known in the Academy Program. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. Of course, he's battled with Shun Sakaguchi. Both of them have taken a qualifying heat win here, and we could be looking at another one here for either one of these two. Maybe, again, we see it from the drivers behind. Could we see Vanessa take a win? Could we see Jamie take a win on that 2nd row of the grid? We just don't know, but we are going to have to wait and see. They've given the green light, and they're heading out onto the grid now for the seniors. This is going to be I think quite the race that we want to see. You can see how low the sun is getting now. The shade and the buildings now are starting to cover over the circuit somewhat here for the drivers. Makes it for challenging conditions going into turn 1. The sun is directly in your eyes in lots of parts of the track here. So a bit of work to do for the drivers, but right now they're focusing still on the starts of this race. You can hear them now focusing and getting ready. There's the drivers at the back of the grid there who've got a lot of work to do here. There, Alonso Lacambra had a tough race on this one in the first couple. Had a good race in his second one, did Alonso Lacambra. 3 places gained in that race. Was able to step up to 8th place in that one. Yuashi as well had a good race in the 206 machine. 4 places gained, the same as Zhang Yu as well. Very strong results, also 4 places gained. So again, big movers throughout these races, but it all falls down to this last one here in Macau, the first ever 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix, here with the champions of the future Academy Program. And for the track as well, this is a very early start to their racing season here. Usually they don't see races this early on. It's usually a first for them as well. They start a little bit later on into the season, but here, January, the first month of the year, we're already racing here, and that's certainly good to see. But there you can see Martin Bean, race director here, just giving those words of encouragement there as well. The last words of encouragement to all the other drivers as well there. Vanessa Shilkanato about to take her seat in the kart. There is a lonely 208 machine of Jamie Ambrose's kart. He is not there at the moment. His kart's delivered. A driver nowhere to be seen for the time being on the camera. I'm sure he's probably just standing behind it there. Helmet going on. Ji Lang is ready. He's looking for a podium here. He starts it on the 3rd row of the grid. He starts at P5. Can he deliver in this one? There is Wadapong Ian Vichan as well. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. A very well-known competitor around these parts, and certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. There is the entrant from Japan, Sera Kojima of Japan. Last words and smiles from race director Martin Bean for this one. Like we were mentioning earlier on, had a difficult transition into that second qualifying heat. That spin on the opening lap, unfortunately, taking her out, but it was a good result in the first heat. P5, 1 place gain for the young lady from Japan, so certainly still a real contender in this one. Yuashi as well, just getting ready, gloves going on. A competitive nation, you can see fellow teammate here starting alongside Zhang Jingyu as well, all ready to go. And you can see helmet is on as well, gloves going on. There just behind on this one, Alonso Lacambra. He's had a tough day today, has Alonso, but one thing you can't take away from him is his spirit. He's been smiling all the way throughout it, and he's going into this final with a smile on his face. Josh Feng there, all ready to go. As the back of the grid here, Enrique Borges there, focused and ready. A little massage there at the start of this race, always nice to see. Jerry G as well, also last few words there before he gets into his machine to start this race on the 14th spot on the grid there, 7th row of the grid. Still a fight on their hands. Moments away from seeing this race start, due to start 4:30. We are 1 minute away from that one, as all the drivers now suited, booted and seated, all from Sun Sakaguchi, who's still standing up, but he likes to help his mechanic start his kart, so that's always nice to see. 30-second board goes up. Grid is cleared now from the officials. Mechanics still there, of course, to assist in starting these karts. They've got the support there from Kart Republic as well for any dramas that may happen out on circuit. I'm sure the IAME team also there as well. Last race of the day, last final to go out. The sun lowers in the sky. OKN Senior final, seconds away from starting. Green flag waves. It's finals time here in Macau for the senior category. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. They've both had a qualifying heat win so far today, and they both started from the front row of the grid, but it is Shun Sakaguchi, the pole sitter, who starts it on pole now for this one. Marcus Shilkunis starting alongside. Vanessa Shilkanata will start this on the second row of the grid. Jamie Ambrose will go alongside on row number 2. Mijin Lang and Wadapong Ian Vichan go from row number 3 with Seto Kojima and Paco Samiento on row number 4. Yuashi and Zhang Jiyu go from row number 5 with Alonso Lacambra and Josh Feng on row number 6. Enrique Borges and Jerry G will round out the 14-kart field. They go from row 7, and it looks like all karts have managed to get started. I think there was 1 or 2 that did have a slow getaway, but it looks like they've all got it going now. These karts are relatively challenging to get going. Of course, the OKN class, not a common class used out here in Asia. Of course, the Champions of the Future Academy Program bringing that package to Asia, and you can see a lot of drivers here taking to it. I'm sure the popularity will increase, of course, as they see the simplicity of the original kart. The effectively the novice, well, I say it's the novice engine, it's not really, but it's the OKN category. Basically, the same engine both the juniors and the seniors used, just a restrictor. You get rid of that. There may be some more technical jargon that I don't understand. But yeah, you basically remove all that, and then you get the senior engine. It means no new engine, means it keeps costs low. It's very effective, and we've seen a lot of World Cups now start to crop up around the world. The OKN platform starting to be a little bit more popular out in Europe as well, and hopefully that extends here to Asia. Here we go then, last time today. It's OKN Senior, it's the final, it's lights out, fights on for the field. It's a great start there for Shun Sekaguchi. Sweeps to the outside and holds on to the lead. Nothing that Marcus Shilkunas can do here. Stays in second place. Vanessa Shilkaneta is under pressure from Jamie Ambrose. She says to Ambrose, right, you go for it, go down the inside and commit. I won't attack. Let's see if we can close into the drivers up in front. They've got to be careful here though. The drivers behind may have problems. I think Zhang Ziyu may have had a problem there with Enrique Borges, but I think they've got going again. But certainly a bit of a challenge on that first lap. I think they had a spill maybe at the hairpin, but they've got going once more, and they are still in this race. Rest of the field now out of the final corner. A little bit of a twitch there through the final corner there for Shilkaneta. Gets it squared away. But loses a bit of time there to the drivers up in front. It's Sekaguchi from Shilkunas, Ambrose from Shilkaneta, change for the lead. Down the inside, Marcus Shilkunas takes it away. Shun Sekaguchi lost an incredible amount of time there, and it's now under pressure from Jamie Ambrose. Ambrose surely might go for the attack. The answer is no. Stays behind in third place, but will he look for it here at turn number 5 again? Answer no. Stays behind. Might think that Sekaguchi has got the speed here to close in, but I don't think he does at this moment. He's losing a significant amount of time here from the behind, and Vanessa Shilkaneta knows it. Say, if you're not going to go for the overtake, I will, and goes through. So Shilkaneta back up into third place now as they cross the line. So changes in the top section here. Mijin Lang pushing through, and me as well, still in a really strong spot here. P5, Ambrose still just ahead. Back of the grid here, they're all still pushing forward. Josh Feng's gained 2 in this one. Jerry Shi's gained 2 as well. Zhang Ziyu, we said he may have had a drama in that race. He certainly did. He dropped 4 places, now circulating at the back of the grid. Wadapong Ian Vichan, fastest lap of the race, but he is holding on to his original starting spot right now in P6. This, though, here, still quite close for these front runners. Marcus Shilkunas, yes, he is in the lead. The gap is only half a second. Is it closing anymore? The answer to that is yes. Well, no, actually. It's opened up to 0.6 of a second. But he's not the fastest driver out there. 0.2 or 1/10 faster was Vanessa Shilkaneta, sister of the current race leader here. Is she going to be the one to dethrone Marcus Shilkunas in this race? I'm sure she would love that, but I don't think Marcus will. The brother-sister rivalry has been strong throughout their days racing with each other. And of course, they were previously in senior and junior. Of course, Vanessa stepping up into the senior now, racing in the same class as brother Marcus, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Here, though, Sekaguchi is still in control there in second place. The gap, 7 tenths of a... It is closing. Retaliatory fastest lap from Marcus Shilkunas, 46.147 at the front of the field. Ambrose still there, P4, is looking quick, but it is Shilkunas has now gone purple in sector number 1, so they are once again starting to go back and forth here with those fastest laps. Right now, we'll wait to see how this one unfolds. Calm in the mid-pack. Battles are raging in. We've got groups happening. Groups from 5th down to 7th. That is the likes of, me there with Ian Vichan, Kojima there as well. They're very close to each other, just a little further back. Then there's the next trio of drivers, Sarmiento, Haoji and Lacambra. They're still fighting away. Josh Beng on his own a little bit right now as Ambrose is the fastest driver now out there. 45.962 there. So fighting still in 4th place. Here though, Vanessa Shilkunas edging ever closer to the rear bumper of Shun Sekiguchi. One overtake earlier on. That's just shaking him up a little bit here. 7/10 of a second is the gap. He's getting focused in now, but the pace is just fractionally slower still from Marcus Shilkunas, and with Shilkunas closing in ever much so. The same with Ambrose. Still, no fighting just as of yet. They stay firm. Again, this is only the first final of the weekend. They've got a full day tomorrow. You are still expecting fireworks in this class, in this stage. The fight for the podium still very much alive here. And Ambrose, who's been struck with penalties today, to see himself fighting for a podium position here, still an incredible achievement. Right now there, you can just see those karts dealing with the bumps here, out of turn number 9 and through turn 10. And still, Vanessa Shilkunas holding firm in the middle of that one. Sekiguchi holding on to 2nd. Ambrose still there in 4th. Inomi holding on to that one. You can see how it's broken away actually now from Sarah Kojima. She's not able to keep up with it. That gap's opened up to about half a second or so between the two of these. And we'll keep a close eye on that progression. As look at this now. Vanessa Shilkunas, I think she's wanting to go for a move here. We are lap number 8 right now, but it seemed like she was going for an attack, but she seems to have lost time here now. Ambrose all over the rear bumper of Vanessa Shilkunas, but it's a risky one for Ambrose. Yes, he could go for the move, but he'll lose time to Sekiguchi, and he doesn't want to do that. He needs to wait for Vanessa to go for the first move here. Now, she knows that there's going to be no move for Sekiguchi here on Marcus in the lead. Ambrose now the fastest driver out there. There's the move. That is what Ambrose is waiting for. And Ambrose could capitalize on this one. Vanessa Shilkunas gets into 2nd place. Sekiguchi now will have to deal with Jamie Ambrose. He's at the fastest lap of the race of that previous lap, and he's still looking quick on this lap, but he's not been able to utilize that overtake. That was what he was waiting for. But he's not capitalized on it, and he has stayed there in P4, and he's just waiting for that moment. Been sideways there for Sekiguchi into the braking zone at turn number 5. Yeah, this is good from Vanessa Shilkunas on to P2. Gap's 9/10 of a second. She is faster than Marcus up ahead, only fractionally in sector 1. But the gap's down to 0.8 of a second already. I've got to say, I did catch up with Vanessa earlier on this weekend. She did say the one thing she would love to do before Marcus went off to Formula Racing is beat him in a kart race. And at this moment in time, that gap now has come down to 0.6 of a second. Oh my goodness me, and still with 5 laps to go here. Could we see fireworks between the brother and sister? Could we see Sekiguchi capitalize on this? Could we see Jamie Ambrose capitalize on this? The fight behind, they're trying to keep up. The gap's already opened up. They're 6 seconds behind this 4 now. It's an incredible speed that these 4 drivers have got right now. The gap, well, it's opened up again to 7/10. A little bit slow on this one. I think Marcus may have been told to push it a little bit now. You could sense that as he was closing in, and I can imagine, yeah, it's a big look over the shoulder there just to say, and it's back to 0.8 of a second. Marcus Shilkunas has pulled the pin. He's gone personal best on that one. It's not the fastest lap of the race, but it is his best lap of the race, and that was significantly faster, 0.2 faster than Vanessa Shilkunas just behind them. Sekiguchi is still there on that rear bumper. He's not giving up on this one, and rightly so. He was starting this one on pole position. He wants to get back there, but I can imagine he will allow Vanessa, if she's got the pace, to close in. It is back down to 0.6 of a second. The pace is strong once again behind. Purple sectors for Sekiguchi, and personal bests. Again, this time it's a 46.0 for Marcus. It's a 45.8 for Vanessa. Once again, down to 0.6. And still there is time left in this race, but it's Ambrose who's the fastest, 45.6. The pace is so much faster behind right now. 0.5 of a second is the gap. It's closing sector after sector. The top 4 now could be in one big group for the final laps of this race. The sun is setting. The grip levels are high. The tension is even higher. It holds at 0.5. But again, the pace is quicker behind. Sekiguchi, personal best lap on that one. Ambrose as well, quick. All 3 of them faster than Shilkunas. But again, he's pulled the pin on this lap. He's found pace. It's ping-ponging now. And I'm sure the drivers behind know it. Are we going to see something from Ambrose here on Sekiguchi? He might have to start thinking about fighting for a 3rd place here, if he can. There is Shilkunas, how demanding it's been on him. He has said it's been an exhausting weekend. All of them have said it. But they've got to dig deep in these final few laps. On to lap 15. The last lap board will be out this time to the field. And right now, I just don't think it's going to happen. It's back to 0.7 of a second, despite the best efforts from Vanessa. She's not been able to close in. And with that, it's Sekiguchi and Ambrose who now have to think, what do they want to do? Is Sekiguchi going to go for the move? If Ambrose is going to go for the move, my money's on Ambrose here. Surely he's got to do something here to Sekiguchi. Surely he's going to go for 3rd place. He wants to get on that podium spot. He wants those points. He wants the prizes, but can he do it? Last lap board is out to the field. It's Shilkunas, Shilkunas 1-2, but it's Sekiguchi and Ambrose. Wheel to wheel Ambrose down the inside of the hairpin, but Sekiguchi fights back. The battle's on now. Wheel to wheel in towards turn 3. Sekiguchi to the inside. Ambrose holds it round the outside. Incredible. He squeezes Sekiguchi and he manages to hold on to 3rd place. Incredible kart control from the 2 drivers there, side by side around a flat out corner. No room for forgiveness, but it's the brother-sister duo. It's Lithuania, 1 and 2 here in Macau in their first time here. Marcus Shilkunas wins in Macau. Vanessa Shilkunas takes 2nd. Jamie Ambrose takes 3rd. Sun Sekiguchi, the pole sitter from qualifying today, will settle for P4. Here's the rest of the group coming through. We didn't say much about them. Inomi crosses the line. He takes 5th. A great battle there. Sarah Kojima holds on to 6th. Warapong Ian Vichan takes 7th. Paco Sarmiento takes 8th. Yuan Shi from Josh Feng as well. Great racing for them. I think Alonso Lacambra at the end of that race may have had a drama. He's not come through the 3rd sector. That is a huge shame for him. And that's the reason why there's his kart stricken in the gravel trap. at the exits of turns number 7 before that final sector, just into sector 3. But that is a huge shame for him. What a tough day for him. But like we say, tomorrow is a new day. The field makes their way in, and there you can see the classic. Try and pick up some debris on those tyres as you come in, because of course there is that minimum weight to contend with. Any gram underneath that, and they are in a spot of bother with the officials. They've got to make sure both kart and driver are over that minimum weight. But there is your winner, Markus Schilkunas. Certainly a tough start to the weekend. He was complaining early on that the pace wasn't there, but certainly he has found it now. And he has delivered an incredible result here. The rest of the drivers coming through, and of course for Vanessa, still a very strong performance there. A P2, great results, and smile on her face as well. She's happy with that one. A superb podium for Vanessa behind brother, but again, I don't think she'll be fully happy until she beats Markus on track. But he's certainly going to make that very, very difficult. There is the 2-1-2. That is Wadapong Ian Vichan. A tough race on that one, dropping 1 place to finish in P7. There, though, your race winner, Markus Schilkunas, seemingly dominating in Europe. He dominated in the UAE. He comes to Macau, and that first final, he comes away with the win. And it's a P1 and 2 for the brother-sister duo here. And you can imagine it's a great feeling for them. Well, let's take a moment then to reflect after that final. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the seniors for the start. Again, for them, not too challenging. The last two words of wisdom, encouragement, and good luck to the drivers as they go through there. Markus Schilkunas, Jamie Ambrose getting that words of affirmation from race director Martin Mead, technical man there, Darren Clark, just chatting to Vanessa Schilkunas, wishing her a best of luck, because I think everyone knows about that brother-sister rivalry. They know the fight is on there as well. Other drivers looking excited. Inami as well, great run in that one. Didn't gain any positions, didn't lose any though. Had a strong result there to finish in P5. Engines on, drivers made their way off for their race. Relatively calm race. You can see a handful of them did struggle to initially get going. They eventually did. All karts did start that race, and it was, again, relatively a good start. Shun Sakaguchi loving his start on this one. Watch this. Immediately sweeps to the outside. Optimal line through T1 and carries all the momentum. Markus Schilkunas, wise to it though, was able to latch onto that rear bumper and push through. Ambrose with the early attack there, stepped up into second or third place, I should say. Later lost out to it. Schilkunas taking it back, then started fighting on that final lap. You can see this committed overtake here. Shun Sakaguchi, unfortunately, squeezed out of the top 3 and off the podium. But no one could catch these two here. Lithuania 1 and 2 across the line. Definitely the result they will have wanted, with the UK finishing with Jamie Ambrose in P3. And Shun Sakaguchi, the pole sitter from Japan, unfortunately just missing out on that podium, but still his head can be held high, knowing that he's going into tomorrow with a great advantage over the rest. Well, that's all we have for racing action today, but don't fear, the podiums are coming up soon. And of course, we'll be back live tomorrow for the viewers in Europe. Sorry, I know it's only 5 or 10 to 10 in the morning, but you're going to have to wait until about 4 o'clock in the morning to see some more races. From us here, I'll say goodbye for now, but we'll see you in a few moments' time on that podium. Goodbye for now.
We are now ready for the podium presentation, starting with the Mini 60 category. Please welcome, finishing in third position, representing Thailand just by 5.1 seconds from the race leader, the pilot of the 403, Max Zaric. Finishing in second position, very close by just under 0.2 of a second, representing Indonesia. Please welcome the 402 of Shabil Umar Basalama. And finally, your race winner in Mini 60 here for the first day of racing for the Champions of the Future Academy Program in Macau. Representing Indonesia for the 407, it's Michael Vino. Well, a great result for the drivers. We will now like to welcome onto the podium Marco Parolin to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third position, Max Zaric. Great result for Max, like we say, 13 laps, only 5 seconds behind the race leader at the end. The second place medal heading to Shabil Umar Basalama. And again, great result for Shabil, only 1/10 of a second behind Michael at the very end. And of course, that brings us on to that gold medal, that #1 spot. Please give it up for Michael Vino. Well, for Michael, a great start to the weekend. Marco joined them on the podium. Drivers, nice big smiles for me, please. All the photographers here just in front of you. Great end to your day of racing. And again, it all starts again tomorrow. A brand new day, brand new qualifying heats, and of course that second final where we'll crown not only the final winner, but also the overall winner in Mini 60. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for Mini 60. We will now turn our attention over to the OKN Junior category. Thank you very much, guys. Mini, you can take a step down now. Thank you so much. And I would say we'll see you there tomorrow. Big congratulations to you. And we will, of course, start with third position for the OKN Junior. Again, a very competitive and close end to the juniors on that podium, but it all starts with third place, finishing just 3.5 seconds behind the race leader, representing Hong Kong. Please give it up for Mason Kwong. In second position, also representing Hong Kong, and just behind by a staggering 0.068 of a second across the line. Give it up for John Han. And finally, your race winner here in Macau for the Champions of the Future Academy Program. Please give it up for the driver from the Philippines. It's Axel Nocom. Well, again, a fabulous end to their racing, and once more would like to welcome onto the podium, this time race director Martin Bean, to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third position, Mason Kwong. The second place medal heading to John Han. And the winner's medal heading to a well-deserved Axel Nocom. Well, Martin, you can join them on the podium for a photo opportunity. Nice big smiles from all the drivers. Photographs in front of you. There we go. Perfect stuff to all the winners here. And again, another fabulous day of racing for the Champions of the Future Academy Program here in Macau. And once more, maybe we'll get all of the drivers on the top step of the podium. If we can squeeze in, drivers, if you can. If you want to all step on the top step. No, you don't want to stick around, Mason? Photo up, top step, there you go. Yep, there you go, John. John, you can join as well. Guys, all on the #1 spot for me. All on P1, there we go, squeeze in, there we go, join in. Perfect stuff. Try not to fall off, please. There we go, well done, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your OKN Juniors. And finally, we'll turn our attention now to the OKN senior category. Quite the duel between the brother and sister, but it all starts with third place. It was pole position at the start of the day, converts it into a P3, 3.7 seconds behind the race leader for Japan. Give it up for Shun Sakaguchi. In second position, finishing just half a second behind her brother for Lithuania. Give it up for Vanessa Shilkanaita. And finally, your race winner, dominating Europe and the UAE, comes to Macau and wins here as well for the first final in the seniors. Give it up for Lithuania's Markus Šilkunas. Well, a superb end for the seniors, and please welcome onto the podium James Gardle from RGRNC to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third position, Shun Sakaguchi. The second place medal heading to Vanessa Šilkanaita. And the winners' medal heading to Markus Šilkunas. Well, like we say, a superb end to the racing here for the first day for the seniors, and as always, one more day to go. And James stays for a photo op. This is a rare occasion. This is nice. A nice big smile. So we'll get everyone on the top step of the podium as well. So Vanessa, if you want to join Markus, John, if you want to join Markus as well, or squeeze in. Nice and close, good stuff. And like we say, tomorrow, another day. Could we see a new pole sitter? We'll have to wait and see. But for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, one big round of applause for OKN Senior. Well, there you have it, racing done for the day. One more day of racing here in Macau, as we'll be back live tomorrow for all the racing, qualifying, the qualifying heats and finals. But for now, we'll say good night. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for the 2026 Macau International Kart Grand Prix Champions of the Future Academy Program. Thank you. There was a bit of interference all the